could have been 3 parallel lines, but now there's just 1 line. Yeah? And please make sure that, so the choice is you have 1 vegan option, 1 option with meat, yeah? And, so not and, but or, yeah, a salad plate. Yeah? So you have to choose from these 3 things. Yeah? So there's, and not combine them. That's the rule. Yeah? So it's an exclusive or. Now,
But if we're willing to pay, they don't have the payment facility set up. So please don't inconvenience the lady who's overworked and overstressed there. Just take the menu, a drink, and don't put extra stuff on the plate for a second plate. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Alex. Cool. Any other questions? No. Okay, good. So that was the first thing. Not me. So they don't miss anything. So, genau, lunch coupon. Get the lunch coupon if you haven't already. Yeah. Mensa etiquette. That's good. Lines. We just have 1. There is another small group that's sharing the campus with us today. They're in building 4, just opposite the workshop rooms. So just try to be a little bit quiet there. I mean, it's always been quiet. I have no reason to think otherwise. But just to let you know, there are some other people here also. They'll also be joining us in the Mensa. Yeah? So yeah, that's one thing. Then, yeah, we noticed that the lecture hall in building 5 was sometimes a bit crowded. So we're setting something up so that it'll be live streamed to one of the adjacent rooms. Yeah? So in case you need a bit more space, maybe the lecture room is a bit too crowded, feel free to go to the streaming room. Yeah? Anyway. 5001. That's the one just to the right of 5002. Left, sorry, left. Left, yeah. Cool. Extra room 5. I think that's it. That's it. Cool. Have a great day and see you at the closing at about, I don't know, 5 or so. Yeah, cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Farhad. So apparently the B game was a smashing success yesterday. The B was passed many times. The server crashed many times. However, today it is fixed, so you are all invited to participate on b.nixcon.org. Today the game is for real. The score will be counted. If you're not holding it, you will be disqualified. The rules are all on the webpage. But talk to me if you have any questions. Speaking of questions, you might be wondering who this wonderful person to my left is. Silvan is a community member that hardly needs introduction, but if in case you are new to the Nix community, it is a legendary contributor who wears far too many hats, is member of the board. Sorry? Yeah? Right,
but we're early.
Sorry?
It's only 11.
Oh, am I
you're
lengthening your talk?
Yeah.
Okay, in that case, ignore what I said and enjoy sitting there for 10 more minutes.
Yeah.
I guess the opening ceremony was a bit shorter than you thought.
Yes.
Okay.
This is still on. Yes, this is still on. Hello.
Test. Okay. Hello, NixCon. I'm gonna introduce Silvan, and he's gonna talk about the official Nix formatter and how it all happened.
Yes, thank you very much. So yeah, welcome. I'm Infinisil or Silvan. You might have seen me around. I work at Tweak, and I'm also an organizer for this year's NixCon. I probably shouldn't have signed up to do a talk like this while organizing the conference, but I'm kind of really glad because I really want to talk about this. I think it's really cool. So yeah, so situation about a year ago, I think that's something many of you might relate to, hopefully not as many anymore, where you contribute a PR, you feel like the merge is close, but you get requests to change formattings and like add new lines, remove indentation, and so on. And that's just really kind of draining as especially a newcomer when you need to address these. Like you look at languages like Go and Rust and think, oh, why can't we have something like Go FMT or something like that? Yeah, and so there's a lot of experiences like this, and so it didn't take me long to find one of these, or two, or three, or actually a whole bunch of them. So yeah, it's been a common occurrence. People have been annoyed about this. Are there more? There are more. Hold on. Yeah, okay, next slide. So yeah, it's clear that something needed to be improved, and efforts have started like almost 10 years ago already, with an experimental formatter being written in 2016. 2019, the first practical one. Coincidentally, like both are named Nix FMT, completely different projects though, but so be it. Yeah, but if we look at the timeline of all the formatters, 8 of them in total have been written over time. But many of them just more experimental, but if we look at the timelines of the commits, we can see that 3 really stand out. That's Seracal's Nix FMT, Nix Community, Nix Packages FMT, which Jonas wrote and I think funded to some degree as well, and Alejandro, which is a bit more recent. Yeah, so these are the 3 that are really coming into question here. And so soon after, we had some formatters, an RFC was opened to try to settle the debate and pick one, and of course, everybody agreed. And we had some discussions, right? Like, but yeah, everybody said yes, of course. Well, actually, there were a little bit of discussions, so people had to discuss the details a bit more and then reach consensus, right? Actually, no, there's a bit more to it, and actually there's even more to it. There's a whole bunch of 100 comments to talk about this. But that's what the bike shedding was about, so you don't have to do it in PRs. So, yeah. But yeah, eventually we had an RFC approved for this. And so, I mean, initially it was fairly simple, but with a team forming and developing over time, it evolved into something different. So we have here kind of 5 main points. There is define an initial Nix, standard Nix format. So that's well, you can see the outline on the right. It's a document that describes how each syntactic element should be formatted. It's not like a full specification, but like roughly how it should look like. Then we have, second point, establish a Nix formatter team who is in charge of maintaining the formatter, updating the Nix packages, updating Nix packages with the format, reformatting it, and so on. We have create the official Nix formatter implementation, so that needs to conform to the standard, but can also be switched around. So like we don't need to pick a single language, we can also change it over time as long as it conforms to the standard. We have that Nix packages should be reformatted with the official Nix formatter. And finally, if you have if Nix itself gets a default formatter, it should be the official one, of course. And so yeah, that's what we ended on. A whole bunch of time was spent trying to figure out all the details of the standard, especially. That's the largest part of this document. But I think we arrived at something really nice, so happy about that. Yeah, and so then it was approved. So, well, that took like 2 years, something like that. But eventually it was approved, and then we got to implementing it. So, for one, the actual code itself. So we based our implementation on Serical's Nix FMT. And so Pygames, big shout out, made all of the changes, spent a lot of time to tweak it, to make sure it works, and so on. So I just want to give Pygames is not here, but a big shout out to Pygames for doing this. And yeah, and then we also talked to Serical, and they said, yeah, we're happy to transfer the repository, make it official, and essentially, yeah, transfer it to official ownership. So that's also, I mean, also a shout out to Serical for doing this. We didn't have to write all of this ourselves. But so if you're still reminiscent of the Serical's formatting, you can still get it. It's a frozen version, but Nix FMT Classic and Nix packages, you can still get it. The new one is Nix packages, the packages.nixfmt RFC style. So that has existed for a while. It has been updated over time. And now after 25.11, you can also get it at packages.nixfmt. So that's going to point to the official one. Yeah, but so then the kind of harder part to do is Nix packages reformatting. And so it's, I hope I can describe it or explain it fairly well. But so imagine Nix packages as like the stack of unformatted files, and we want to transfer that to, like, move it to an entirely green stack, which represents an entirely formatted, like a uniformly formatted Nix packages. And so the kind of easiest thing you might imagine doing is reformatting the entire code base and saying that, okay, now we're going to have CI that checks that all files are going to be formatted. And this sounds good because when you make a PR, so you kind of branch off there down, and you change a file and you don't make it uniform anymore, then CI complains. It's red, it says not all the files are formatted. But there's a problem where PRs that have been opened before you introduce the CI, they are still green, like there's no requirement for them to rerun all the tests. And so if you merge one of those PRs, you just get the base branch broken, master broken. And so so there's a fix for that, that's merge queues, I'll get to that a bit later. But right now we don't have those in Nix packages, so that would be a problem. And so the alternative that we went for is to check that if a file is formatted already in the base branch, it needs to keep being formatted. So that's a per file requirement for maintaining the formatting. And so you can make PRs like this, where you make another file green, you format another file, and CI is fine, yeah, nothing to worry about. It wasn't formatted before, but now it is, that's not a problem. Whereas if you do something like this, where you have these two green files and you make one of them orange, it's going to complain because one of the files that was formatted before is not anymore. And that works well because you can also do an entire tree-wide reformat and merge that, and it's going to be fine. And if someone comes along and then merges one of those older PRs that didn't have the new checks yet, it's also going to be fine because there's no check to ensure that all the files are formatted in the code base. It's just on this per PR basis. And so we did that in, oh yeah, now, well, you can do multiple passes of this tree-wide format then, just over time until all the old PRs are kind of merged and no one merges them anymore. So we did that in July 2024. We introduced the CI to check files keep being formatted. And yeah, here, merge queues briefly, so these would fix that problem, would make it a lot easier because then CI runs it with the latest checks all the time before merging. And we actually tried this before with Mergify, I think, but that broke miserably. It opened like 100 PRs in Nix packages in like an hour, so had to stop that. But we're experimenting with something new, and that's Wolfgang Walter. You might have seen him on GitHub recently. He's experimenting with that, and we might enable that in like next couple of weeks, see if it works. That would fix a bunch of problems. Yeah, and so then how did we do the next steps? So about 3 months later, after we introduced this, this enforcement for if a file is formatted, it needs to be formatted, needs to keep be formatted, we made a tree-wide change for inactive files. And so we made this in 2 passes. So inactive files were defined as files that aren't touched by any PR with activity in the past 2 months. So it's kind of like PR, like files for long-term packages that don't need a lot of updating. And so we formatted all of those. So that's a diff of multiple 100,000 lines, but 20,000 files of them. And that worked well. There's also a commit, so we can be sure that it's actually the right change, and there's nothing like slipped in. Yes, and so another 4 months later, we did another tree-wide change, and that time we actually did both format everything and introduce CI to make sure everything keeps staying formatted. So I'm happy to say Nix package is fully formatted and will stay that way for the future. Yes. What's also kind of interesting here is that the diff of these 2 PRs is about the same, but the files are like an order of magnitude lower. So you really have, I guess these often touched files are bigger, I think. That's why it's still kind of an interesting statistic here. But yeah, so how do you, like if you're a developer for Nix packages, what can you do now to make sure it's formatted? So one thing you can do is we use TreeFMT. TreeFMT is a great project. It allows you to format an entire tree, and it has some really good utilities to making sure that it works, like caching it and things like that. Parallelism as well, so we don't need to bother implementing parallelism in NixFMT itself. So yeah, you can now run nix shell --run TreeFMT, also some other commands if you want. And yeah, so actually Nix packages has a shell.nix as well now. That's a kind of recent addition. So that works, but that's a bit slow, so like 1 or 2 minutes if you start from scratch. The caching isn't like 100% ideal, so if you switch like the work tree or check out a different commit, it kind of resets the cache. There's a bug for that, but we can fix that. Otherwise, it would be just 1 second or below. But if you just work on files, you can set up your editor to run TreeFMT on the files directly on save. Or you can also run it manually if you don't have that set up, but that's my recommendation. And you might ask why TreeFMT and not NixFMT directly. TreeFMT can also do things like for example, we can configure the indent size for NixFMT. Let's say a different project has a different indent size, and so then TreeFMT passes the right arguments to NixFMT, so you don't need to bother remember which arguments to pass. Yeah, so that works now. If you have a third-party project and you want to use NixFMT, I recommend NixFMT-tree, a relatively new addition. That allows you to fairly easily set up NixFMT, Nix base FMT with flakes. It allows you to set up it easily into a make shell. So that is kind of like a pre-packaged NixFMT package that works by default for Nix files. And TreeFMT, so it's TreeFMT with NixFMT. And It's a bit confusing, the naming, because there's TreeFMT Nix as well. So there's NixFMT tree and TreeFMT Nix. Don't mind it too much, but might need one or the other. Yeah, and so very recently we had the first kind of stable release for NixFMT. So that's effectively, I say, the milestone of completing the RFC. So we did all the things. We reformatted Nix packages. We also fixed some bugs in formatting and made some minor changes and stuff like that. And yeah, so the style has been implemented with 1.0. The transfer has been completed from Serical. And going forward, there's still going to be some changes, like we can't freeze the formatting forever. There's bugs to fix and so on. But you can expect the formatting to stay fairly stable. If it would change, it would be like a different project or an NixFMT 2.0 or something like that. Yeah, so for the future, what are the plans? So right now, what Nix package is formatted, what is there left to do, right? So there's some maintenance tasks to do. It's a Haskell code base, so we always also need to update like GHC and stuff like that, make sure it keeps building. There's some fixes to do, some formatting improvements. There's a lot of like edge cases that we might need to fix, so it's not 100% perfect. There's Nix language changes coming sometimes, like we have a new like pipe operator, I think, in experimental mode, so you can try that out, and it works with NixFMT already. We need to maintain Nix packages formatting and CI in there. So occasionally CI breaks, or people also ask about how you do this or that. The formatting team gets pinged there sometimes to resolve something. Yeah, and then third-party packages improve the state of the art, how to use it. Maybe something like a built-in GitHub action that allows you to easily get the formatting right and so on. That might be nice. Yeah, and so actually, I want to welcome, the Nix formatting team, the members who are here right now, to the stage. And just to get some, we are not all here, so Pygames and Sergey on the right there are not here. But at least we have 4 here. I think someone is missing, yeah. But yeah, so you can ask us about formatting stuff. We're around NixCon. So yeah, talk to us. So we have open meetings every 2 weeks, so you can just join and see what's going on. Help out, we appreciate the help. We are looking for Haskell wizards, so if you have staff and want to help out, that would help a lot. And I think it's a really great team because we have a really kind of well-defined, clear authority. Oh, Philip.
I wondered if you could share some of the Git merge filter stuff that you did to make the life of people whose PRs were broken.
Oh, yeah. So he's asking about if I can share something about the Git merge tool, I think. Oh, there's multiple ways. So there's a Git merge tool mode in NixFMT, which there's a Git merge tool kind of framework in Git itself, which allows you to resolve conflicts automatically. So if you run into conflicts with NixFMT-based requirements, then there's some tools for that. There's a discourse post as well. Talk to us, we'll show you how to do it. Yeah, and so what I wanted to say here as well is that we have a really clear defined authority and responsibilities, like it's maintaining the formatter and maintaining the format in Nix packages. And we have a project board, we keep track of what we need to do, and it's not a lot of work because it's really maintenance mode right now, but it's going really well. And so actually, yeah, so I've kind of led the team essentially. It wasn't a team 3 years ago, but 3 years ago, more or less, in the RFC, I kind of pushed for getting it done, and that essentially established the team. And so I've done that for 3 years, and I have a lot of other hats by now. And so recently I've passed off leadership to Jeremy here, who has gladly taken up the position. Thank you, Jeremy, actually, for doing that. Yeah, and so I think for me, I should focus on other things. It's really hard if you have too many things going on. And like Jeremy has been doing a great job leading the team. So I'm going to pass that officially off, and I'm going to not be involved very much in the team. So I'm going to remove myself from the team. And yeah, I'm going to watch from the background, see how it goes. And I'm sure they're doing a great job. So yeah, thanks to have been part of the team, and I wish you great luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. All good. Thank you.
You're Silvan.
Oh, 1 sec.
Oh.
Finally, I also need to thank Tweak. So a lot of the work for this has been sponsored by Tweak. So thanks a lot for Tweak as well. I've been working there for over 4 years now, and it's been great. We also have four people here. So Andreas, me, Valentin, and Guillaume are somewhere around. You might see them with like a shirt like this with a colorful thing at the back. So yeah, talk to us. If you support Tweak, you support indirectly me, and that helps a lot as well. So yeah, thank you. That's my last slide, but I can take Q&A. So thank you.
Who has questions? Okay, well then.
Okay, that works.
Then we have a 10-minute break, and then we will continue with John
More
Erickson.
than 10 minutes.
More?
This is a bit early. Yeah.
Yeah, next talk will be 11:35.
Yep. All right, we're going to start with the next talk by John Erickson about Derivation Builder. John, take the stage.
Does that say 2 in the corner? 10. Okay, then there we go. Well, so much for mirroring. Hello. Today I'm here to talk about extracting the Derivation Builder from Nix. So as opposed to using it in the context of an entire store and all this other stuff, we can just build derivations in sort of the lowest level, most isolated way possible, separate from everything else. This is a picture that Prof. Patch, who I don't think is here, once made of me, that I'm very honored by. The idea being trying to do little things that Archimedes style with the right leverage can make a big difference. And on the flip side, on the Nix team, we've joked a lot about something more like this, which is my endless refactoring and shuffling the code around so the rest of the team can be confused about what is going on where and where to find it. And so ultimately, I think the cool part about this is there is a real, this aspect of product management idea or a planning idea about what we would do with a split derivation builder, but the actual talk I'm going to give is going to be much more nuts and bolts and much more of that. So, to cut a little bit to the more lever side, what really gets me excited about this is not just the sort of technical part of the how did we finally extract this code that was so long tangled with other things, but the idea that this might be a key way to get away from C++ and sort of the current implementation. As I wrote in the abstract, there's some parts of Nix, like let's say the daemon protocol and other things, where you're either going to get the code right and things will just work, or you'll get it completely wrong if you make a mistake. One parsing bug and your connection disconnects every time. And I'm a big believer in fail fast. When things actually reliably break, that's good for programming. That's good for debug cycles. And so rewriting, let's say, the daemon protocol logic or parsing derivation files or other such things, it doesn't feel so daunting to me. On the other hand, the sandboxing logic is this like 20-year-old evolved thing that has all sorts of subtle behaviors, and you'd have to like go crazy understanding every nuance of how Linux works, how Darwin works, to exactly replicate it. And if you get it slightly wrong, maybe 5% of derivations will behave differently because of some complex system interaction. So that would be the part of Nix that I'd be most scared of re-implementing from scratch. And thankfully, with the work today, we don't need to. At least we can put that off while working on the other stuff instead. So, that big picture aside, let's go now into the fun engineering nuts and bolts. For many years with Nix, there was this singular giant file, build.cc. And this contained a number of classes, but the three main ones I want to go over are worker, derivation goal, and substitution goal. Worker was this, this single-threaded event loop that kind of manages the whole thing. In the building case, it waits for the builder to succeed and close its pipe. In the substitution case, it waits for curl to finish its async downloading stuff. And like many event loops, it's sort of scary, and the asynchronous nature of what's being done means that all the business logic is sort of spread all around. But that's, at least it's like a sort of known quantity and a thing that other software has also. Derivation goal is likewise also pretty complex. There is what you'd expect, the normal local building case that has the sandbox, has the stuff we're gonna be extracting today. And also the build hook case where remote building, it's not just talking to the remote machine and doing that layer of RPC, it's actually 2 layers of RPC because there's this little build hook process that used to be a Perl script, and Nix is talking to that to then talk to the remote builder. So all this and the complexities of getting the dependencies for the build, all of that was in the very large and complex derivation goal. And then finally, substitution call. I won't say too much about that. That is actually kind of what it says on the tin, and a good citizen in this world. So yeah, this file was far too big, and for many years that was just the way things were. But in 2020, about when I was getting started really contributing to Nix for real, Teofan and I split it up. This was just a purely mechanical change, moving the stuff around and not changing how it worked, but it was still a big moment of sanity for us, breaking up this giant file. And a kind of way to get started familiarizing ourselves with all the stuff Elko had written in it. There's the diff stats. As you can see, a bunch of little new files up here, and the build CC, which it decided to associate with derivation goal, the biggest and scary successor, lost a lot of stuff. So that was good. Next up, I wanted to separate the local building and the remote building cases. And I did this with a way I actually never really liked, but again, kind of getting a foot in the door with this local derivation goal split. So that worked like that. The single derivation goal class became 2 classes. And the derivation goal handles the remote building case with the build hook I mentioned, while the local derivation goal made the further assumption that we have a local store and has the direct building stuff. The awkward part, though, is this was way more OOP than it should be. Local derivation goal actually inherits from derivation goal and does everything it does too, so it also does the remote parts. The separation was not quite the right thing. There's the diff stats again. As you can see, the new big file appears and some stuff gets removed from derivation goal. And the reason for this sort of awkward division of labor beyond just kind of expedience is right here, which is a bit of code from worker. You can see it's picking which one to use, but this decision is happening before the do we want to build locally or remotely decision, which means that if we go with the local derivation goal, we might later want to decide to use the build hook mechanism after all, and why we have to keep that code path around. So this was like, again, sort of trying to make things better, but not really fully succeeding. And this was 2021, and it kind of just sat this way, an incomplete job for a while. Fast forward to today, or rather this year, however, and yeah, we've got the awkward subclassing. We have this also add wanted outputs issue, which I won't really have time to talk about, but this basically has to do with as you're traversing the graph, you don't always know up front all the outputs you need. Sometimes you get, you end up increasing that set in a sort of awkward way. And what I was just mentioning of the derivation goal is just, it's doing too much. The division of labor is not quite right. Finally, after 4 years later, after Planet Nix, sitting down with Las, I was like, I'm sick of this stuff at the back of my mind. We need to get it done. And so my talk today is basically about that process starting then and the bunch of refactors we've done between now and then and how it's finally in the state that I like it. So this is what we have today. The local derivation goal split is actually gone. But from derivation goal and bits of local derivation goal, we've made these 4 new things instead. We have 3 different types of goal mechanisms with the worker that now do much more one task, do it well, kind of Unix philosophy stuff. And then derivation builder, which is completely separate from the event loop machinery and is just the sandboxing logic and what I'm especially excited about for today. I hit there. Oh, yes. Yeah, there I put it in a different color because this is not a goal. It's not associated with the worker. It has no sort of event loop scheduler opinions. It's something that you can easily use from your own system with your own way of managing I/O, exactly as I want. I'm just going to skip this slide for time, which talks about the new division of labor and those other 3 goals, and how that's worked. And now let's get to derivation builder itself. So it's a very simple interface. There's just 2 core methods you need to know. Starting the build, which sets up the sandbox in all the ways that can happen. Creates the logging pipe that the builder process is going to be writing into, and then actually starts the builder. Apologize for using builder in 2 senses of the word. So there's the new sense of this derivation builder class and the original sense of the process, the original process started by the derivation we call the builder. It might start other processes, but Nix doesn't super care about what it does once it gets going. So that start builder process is the original sense of the builder process and not the builder class. And then after, there's unprepared build, which kind of does everything in reverse. You would call this once the pipe has been closed, which is a sign that the build is done, or hopefully done, but we'll kill the builder process just in case it mischievously closed the pipe and didn't exit, then tear down the sandbox we set up, and then finally register the outputs left behind by that process, getting our final store paths in the store of a successful build. And however, I said at the beginning, the current way things work is all this requires a store, which is the main abstraction in the store layer, so named of Nix, that it's a giant class that does all the things. And if the whole point of this is we want to, in new implementations and other sort of new experiments, use this derivation builder interface, if it depends on the store, then we're kind of back where we started. Even if the thing we're doing is not trying to do everything like invoking the worker stuff, it still depends on everything as if it was trying to do everything. So the big question of if we are actually going to have reusable sandboxing logic is, can we get rid of this store dependency and have a much more simpler requirements? What actually it turns out is we can't get rid of it because it's only dependent upon in one spot. So setting up the sandbox, this is just regular system calls, formatting strings, low dependency stuff, as long as you've got your operating system interfaces, which you of course do. Creating the pipe, same thing, that's like totally POSIX, totally portable. Starting the builder process, also. Killing everything, again. Tearing down the sandbox, again. It's only the register outputs that is where we actually need to interface with the store because we're trying to tell the store about the data we left behind. And that is sort of an intrinsic dependency. If we're trying to register things with the store, we need the store by definition. So what to do about that? Essentially, move the goalposts. So we'll make register outputs its own step after unprepared build. We have a slightly more complex interface, but now the things which are totally portable are no longer encumbered by this registering output, which is separate from unprepared build. And so for the external clients, again, for that early slide, the main motivation here, if you don't have the local store, you can just skip register outputs and do your own thing. Exercise left to the reader or the implementer in this case, but you get to fully reuse the rest. So we're doing the best we can, and it's still a major improvement from the status quo. And I think that would beg the question, like, is this, is registering outputs like super complex, and like does avoiding it like still give us benefits? And I think the answer is actually totally yes. Like I said at the beginning, the sort of really complicated, subtle, you have to know everything about the kernel to get it right is really the first start build, and then tearing down is a little easier, but it goes with it. Registering the outputs is somewhat complex, more than I should be, but not in the same kind of subtle, deep OS knowledge required way. Also, ask me about this later, but I have some ideas about whether we should be leaving the data behind for registering outputs to pick up at all, or we should do a sort of RPC way of registering things instead. For my other big project going on right now, dynamic derivations, CA derivations, I think the RPC way is actually just better, and that's also really convenient for this, because it means we would no longer have this after the fact registering outputs, and instead we'd have this on the other side of the RPC registering outputs. And so that sort of further separates these tasks in a way that I think is very good for both the new features and also the organization of the code. So I think it is actually quite sustainable to say registering outputs is just completely separate from this, and its successor will not even be as complex. And certainly the current registering outputs and its successor, the new RPC thing, are both less subtle and hard to get right than the starting build and unprepared build. Okay, so with all that done, let me again figure out how to not look at my fingers as I type and show you this stuff in action. I'm gonna just get it set up on the laptop screen and then move it over to that workspace. Sorry, I had some issues starting my laptop because NixOS is so scary and intimidating right before this, so I wish I had all of this set up ahead of time, but I did not. There's my missing terminal window. Oh, it's down. I have no idea. Is Sway decided that this screen is above or below or to the left or right or anything else? Where the hell's the mouse? Yeah, I'm... Oh, is that still say 10 in the corner? Okay, then I should be able to... Yay, okay, woo! Thank you. Okay. So now I'll crash my computer building things and read the code with you all. Okay. So here is via the C API, how you would use this from another language with nice bindings. Use this stuff without any store. I'm gonna ignore that for now. First, I'm getting derivation specified not in the language, but in JSON out of a file. This is a very simple, no dependencies. You just use the mp or bin sh to echo some text. I would show you that, but I kind of don't want to mess with my Windows anymore. It's not been so good today. So just take it on faith that this is going to be like echo foo angle bracket $out or something like that as the build step. Now we're going to make a store directory. This normally would be done by opening a store, but we don't want to do that because the whole point is to show we can build things without using the normal store infrastructure. Then we're going to start with our string of JSON, and we're going to parse it and make the internal derivation opaque type from the interface. This is hidden. The details of the type are hidden behind the C API, so it's just a black box behind a pointer from our perspective. Sorry, here we're going to create the store order. That's just setting up the config. Here we have no input paths because there is no peer dependencies. Here we're going to pick where we want the build to take place. And then here we need a DRV path, and sort of the funny thing is since we're only doing one thing and all the worker stuff has been avoided, this can actually just be an arbitrary string just used for warnings and errors. And then finally, we're going to make the derivation builder, the new abstraction. Then we're going to start the build, and then we're going to finish it. The finishing call will block. I could have written the wait for the pipe myself, but I'll just let it do it. And then intentionally not done is the registering output, since we don't have a score, and then tear down everything we did. So in my final minute, let me see if I can run the unit tests here. So the name of this one is going to be build using builder. And yay. Okay, it worked. I'd love to take questions now, but I have 14 seconds, so find me afterwards. Thanks.
All right, so now it's lunchtime, and make sure you have your vouchers down in the Mensa, same as yesterday. And after lunch, there's going to be a steering committee and board panel, so you can ask us questions, think of them over lunch, and come back and ask us whatever you want. Thank you.
Welcome.
Oh, maybe we have a lot.
Welcome. Better. Sorry, I have to talk in a low voice, otherwise we have troubles. How was lunch? Good? Yes. We're going to be we'll have a panel today, right now. On your right is the board members. On your left are this is hard. On my left, steering committee. We're going to go. They're going to introduce yourself. For those of you who don't know how NixOS Foundation and how the whole thing is organized, I'm going to cheat, but you can read as well. So everything on the steering committee side, everything technical, day-to-day business in terms of community management, involvement, is handled by steering committee and dispute and so on. Administration by the foundation, why and so, you can ask these questions a bit in a second. I'll go and say, let's introduce each of one of you, and let's just start from the right, and we'll go all the way to the... Sounds good?
Sweet. Thank you, Rock. All right, hey everybody, I think you know me, so I'm going to keep this super short. I started off as a software engineer, ran teams, and then did some startups, actually in probably an industry you would not expect, in like school and student realms, stuff like that. After that, before Flex, I was running all of developer products for Facebook for a few years, and that's what brought me into Nix. Pretty much replicating the iOS toolchain on Linux and then trying to hook it up into local machines for developers across thousands of people was the moment I discovered Nix and was like, yep, we've been doing it wrong for a really, 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 really long time. Ended up meeting my co-founder and deciding that we want to find out how we can take Nix to work and take Nix to a lot more people. And that's what got me into Flock. So that's my other day job. And today I'm the president of the NixOS Foundation, and personally, I just support things across the band with this amazing crew here, from partnerships to financials to just anything that can help the ecosystem community and help us grow sustainably. So that's real short on my end.
Hello. Yeah, I will do it shorter. So I'm Lassulus. I use Nix for over 10 years now. I guess I joined the foundation because there was hands needed, and I now take care of money and shift money around, pay invoices, count money, accounting, stuff like this.
And buy a boat.
No, don't talk about the boat yet.
Yeah, I'm Silvan Infinisil. You've seen me around probably. I've been in the Nix community since like 2017. And I've done a lot of Nix package things, lib things, module system things, so very technical, like Nix evaluation side of things. And then in the past couple of years, I've gone more towards like a bit more how to govern community, how to improve teams, leading teams, and so on. And so I've worn different hats over time. Right now, I think my main hat that I should wear is the foundation board's secretary hat. And so I take a lot of notes, I try to organize things, I make sure we don't forget about things. And so, yeah, that's what I do right now. And yeah, I'll pass it off to Sebastian.
Hello, I'm Sebastian. I use Nix for a couple of years. I also do startups, and I joined the board in March as the director of community support. It's really exciting for me to be here and talk to you guys about all sorts of stuff. And yeah, I pass it off to Robert.
One sec. We are missing. Test.
Are you on?
Yeah. So Ryan Trinkle is another board member that's not here right now. He's the director of legal support, so he's helping us on the more contractual side, the legal side. I think he's even a lawyer in the US. So, well, laws are a bit different in Dutch, in the Netherlands and the US, but he helps us a lot with like reviewing all of that stuff. So that's kind of his side of things. Yeah, and I think Ryan Trinkle has been also active in the more development side. I think a couple of years ago, I think Obsidian Systems, he's in charge of that as well. So yeah, brief about Ryan. So pass it off to Robert.
Oh, does it work? Is it on? Okay, yeah, that works. Thanks. Yeah, thank you, Foundation. So we are the steering committee. I'm Robert H. on GitHub. I've been using Nix, I think, for about 9 years now, and I thought it was such a good idea that I built a product out of it. So I own and work for Hercules CI, which is a dashboard and scheduler for entirely Nix-based CI. And yeah, I've also been contributing and reviewing stuff in Nix packages, part of the Nix team as well. And that led people to believe that I would be a good fit for the steering committee somehow. I don't quite understand, but I was nominated and elected. It's unbelievable. So yeah, that's me, I guess. Gabby.
Hi, I'm Gabby. I've been using Nix professionally for 10 years. Not just using, I was the person who introduced company-wide Nix at my former job. And I've also been contributing to the Nix ecosystem, blog posts, my book, NixOS in Production, still work in progress. The NixServe NG Nix service, Nix caching service, which is still the fastest caching implementation out there. The Terraform NixOS NG module, also NixDiff, if you ever use that, I authored that. And so I'm very passionate about the Nix community, which is why I ran for the steering committee.
Maybe? Oh, yeah, okay. Does it? Yeah, okay. Hi, I'm Winter. I do Nix packages stuff. I've been doing a lot of things in the community for the last maybe half decade at this point. I use Nix at work at a company called Antithesis, and I like maintaining some of our toolchain stuff. I wrote the build npm package suite of tools for Node.js. I'm sorry, or you're welcome. And I contribute to our Rust toolchain. For some reason, I was elected as a steering committee member. I really, yeah, I like our community. I want to succeed.
Hi, I'm John Erickson, or Erickson2314, not Eric Johnson, as some people think. I'm on the Nix team with Robert. I've been using Nix since 2014. I don't remember when I started contributing. And, you know, it's a slow burning addiction, as it is for many of the rest of us here. And yeah, it's I mean, I would happily just code monkey all day, but governance is important, and you know, making us stick around, and you know, the sort of letting reproducibility flourish and not die in the vine is very important. So I'm happy to do what I can on the steering committee. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Jan, J. Toinar. I mostly focus on maintaining GNOME desktop environment in Nix packages, and also I'm part of the commit delegation team with Winter and with NixCon. And yeah, now I'm on a steering committee with all of these great guys, so hopefully something will come out of this.
The steering committee is definitely underselling. They're doing an immense amount of work, so the whole, so lots of appreciation on that end.
We need to also mention, though, two members aren't here. Do you, Robert, maybe briefly want to mention them?
Right, yeah, so Tom couldn't make it. And unfortunately also, Franz is not part of the steering committee anymore. He had some mental health trouble earlier in the year. And he stepped down the other day. So yeah, that's been a bit of a tricky thing for us, actually. Because like what do you do, right? Because you're basically work for someone who's overworked, right? So we've kept in touch a little bit, but yeah, we were unsure what to do for a while, and then we started reaching out just only a couple days ago, and then we reached this conclusion that it would be best. Yeah, he intended very well, and we had a good relationship with him at the start of the term. But unfortunately, yeah, it was a bit too much for him.
Yeah, and so maybe also brief word about just who Tom is, the also other steering member. So Tom is also on the Nix team. He's also working at Flux. So not anymore, right?
Nope.
Yeah, he was working at Flux for a while, so you might have seen him wear a Flux t-shirt before. Yeah, he's I mean, what do we say about Tom? I mean, he's doing a lot of things. You've seen him in the community probably if you've been online. Tom Berek is his username.
Yeah, he's done a lot also for the fundraising effort.
Yeah,
and for the Nix team, always sort of how to say strategizing, is that the right friendly term? But like figuring out ways in which we can be a good project.
Tom's done a very good job on the Nix team and here of keeping us grounded, I would say.
Yeah.
Nice. All right, maybe.
Yeah. So the floor is always open. Raise the hand. I'll bring you the mic. You can ask questions. I'll start with the first question myself. Because I think it's just to bootstrap the whole thing. What do you think? So I don't like to look at the past. That was in the past. What are the challenges? And you can just randomly kind of elect yourself who will speak. What are the challenges that you see for the coming years, next month, or even like, let's say, down the line next year, that you have to kind of figure out?
I mean, I can start from maybe the foundation side. That's what we're mostly concerned about. Chances for the next kind of months, I'd say, is that we really need to get I'm trying to find good accountants to take care of our accounting books. We're not getting paid to be on the board, so but we can get people to be paid to do things that we can't do ourselves. And so we'd like to get some professional accountants who can do this efficiently, not waste a lot of time, like we are probably trying to do that, and to really get a better overview of our financials, make sure we have all the taxes and everything that needs to be submitted. There's a lot of reports for that. That's one of the challenges I see. More on the kind of community side, actually, maybe Rabbit, do you want to answer like more kind of like?
Sure, yeah. So currently in the last couple of months, we have executed a lot of partnership efforts. So we have a partnership with Framework now, and we are looking at other vendors that want to ship hardware via the hardware team to developers. And of course, always looking at other companies that share the same mission as we do to join forces with us and talk to Ron or I about partnering. And also on this note, we launched the sponsorship tiers recently, like the foundation sponsorship tiers, which are very different to the NixCon sponsorship. to also form more partnerships with like low transactions. So we receive money, we do something with the money, and yeah.
But so I guess connecting that to challenges, I would say it's the challenge, how do we best allocate this money to make sure people are happy with how it's being spent.
Yeah.
If people see that, oh, it's spent for good causes, then let's keep our donations up so they can keep doing that and make the best use of the money.
Exactly. We have a lot of ideas in this regard to also make foundation finances more transparent. I mean, you shared something in the group. I think Laszlo also wants to talk about that later. But we have a lot of ideas, and also excited for your ideas, how we can do a better job in many things.
Yeah. All right. For the steering committee, I would say like the challenges they come in every week, and we take them as they come. But specifically now, we have an election coming up, which is the responsibility of the election committee. But for us, it means that a number of people are leaving, so we have to make sure that the things that are ongoing are either finished or sort of prepared to be handed over to the next committee members. Which could be you, right?
Yeah. That's I guess something we have less in the board, and that's also by design. Like the board comes with having to be registered in legal documents, having, like, for example, Laszlo's, it took a while to get bank access for Laszlo so he can actually pay people. And so these kind of things you don't want to be changing every year. So that's why the board is more fixed. So every 2 years we're evaluating terms of board and just checking are the board members good to continue, or do we need some change? But basically the board can stay fixed over time, and so it's more constant that way.
I think another challenge that the Nix ecosystem faces is specifically how difficult it is to onboard new contributors to Nix, to contribute to like Nix proper. I think that's one of the reasons why we see now multiple competing implementations, whether it's Lix or Snix or determinate Nix, because it's, I've seen many people bounce off of the Nix ecosystem entirely because they've had too much difficulty contributing to Nix, the actual interpreter. Mm-hmm.
So I'll add one more point from my end, just at the meta level. I think the two main things that I'm thinking about, I think Gabby put it really well on the contributor side. I think the contributor side is something that I tried to mention in the State of the Union, right? So it's not just about retaining the existing ones, it's also how do we onboard new ones, how do we make that sustainable? So that's, I think, a top of mind item for the community as a whole to be thinking about and solve. And then I think the other thing is, to the points that were mentioned earlier, there's a giant meta point about how an open source ecosystem continues to evolve, right? As we continue to evolve, the use of our technology, of the technology that everyone here is contributing to, is mattering more in more places. And as it matters more in more places, it's starting to have much more critical application and much wider remit of different folks coming to engage with the community. So a needle that I'm thinking a lot about how to thread here is, how do we interact with organizations? How does that work? How do we get, there's a lot of more opportunity to inject resources into the ecosystem. A lot of that injection could come in the form of capital and money. And then what do we do with that? How do we make that actually a successful motion and not something that moves us off the core belief and the core reason that a lot of us came to Nix for? So for me, it's contributors and resources and this kind of next stage that I'm seeing come up on us in the next few years.
Yeah. Are there any questions in the audience? You can always hold up your hand and Rock will give you the mic. You can ask us about anything community related, governance related. I can also give you updates, or we've also, some of us have helped draft the election, not the election, the constitution that this new governance structure is based on. So eligibility for voting is also something I could talk about.
There's a question.
Question from the cameraman, or no?
Well, yeah, that's good. Y'all gotta warm up. I know it's after lunch, but come on, like, hit us with the hard stuff.
So actually an organizational question about the steering committee. You said that one of the steering committee members changed jobs in the meantime. During the election phase, people were supposed to declare their conflicts of interest, which usually includes their employer. What does the steering committee think should happen if a steering committee member changes jobs during their membership time? Are they supposed to also declare this, or what do you think about this? Can this be? Can this change change this conflict of interest?
I think it's fine to just update that information with little fanfare. I'll say in the specific case of Tom, he won a one-year term last time, so him starting the new job, and him being up for re-election will basically be happening at the same time. So, you know, if it was like a 10-year post and people are going to change jobs 5 times during the 10 years or something, that that would be a little harder. But in this specific case, I think it's pretty easy because of the coincidence of the new job and the election. We're frankly barely even breaching the question. It's such an easy case.
I think the only, so the conflict of interest for the steering committee is like having multiple people on the committee that are represented by the same company. In this particular case, that didn't happen. So like Tom switched to Anduril, we don't have any other Anduril people on the board, so it doesn't create at least that conflict of interest. But yeah, like we're not, just switching to Anduril, at least from my perspective, would not be enough reason to like kick him off or expel him from the committee.
All right, Ron, you said you wanted the hard one. There's been a lot of discussion about challenges to onboarding contributors to Nix, and there's been some churn in the Nix team and whatnot. What do y'all think about the path out of that? Like, it sounds like there's desire to change that or fix that or remediate that, but are there some people that are looking to be leaders for that effort? Have we enumerated like what those blockers are, what those factors are? Like, how do we move from knowing that it's a problem to solving it?
Maybe I'm part of the problem because I'm on the Nix team, but I'm feeling pretty optimistic this day. I think our busiest team member in the last few months and weeks has also been our newest one, Sergey Zimmerman. So that feels to me like a very good sign. I know his enthusiasm has like personally inspired me to refactor harder as of late. So that also feels good. I also think it's, you know, a sign of like the ecosystem's maturity that we're going to have multiple implementations with different specialties and focuses. And so, you know, as long as we can all get along for the sort of, you know, standardizing things and deciding like what are the features that should exist for the purposes of Nix packages, you know, let 1,000 flowers bloom.
Yeah, I agree with that. As another member of the Nix team, so yeah, one of the things we do is we triage and review contributions, right? And often what we see is that a contribution is just not quite fit for the project because it is a very intricate thing. Nix promises reproducibility, and that puts huge constraint on basically everything in the project. So it's a bit of an atypical open source project, I would say. It's been an infrastructure thing. It would be much easier to contribute to something like, I don't know, maybe some sort of web application that does something nice. They tend to be less constrained. So it's sort of a baseline complexity that we have to deal with. Yeah, we try our best, and yeah, having a new member has been a great experience. Some new ideas, some new techniques, and yeah, he's been doing a great job with some cleanups. So yeah, I hope we can onboard more people. But yeah, it does take a bit of commitment. It's like occasionally a drive-by contribution works, but often if you really want to achieve something, yeah, you're gonna spend some days on it.
I personally don't think it's a good idea or not, that it's not healthy for the community or the ecosystem to have multiple competing implementations. If this keeps going on, I foresee, well, one possibility is you start to see, actually you're already seeing, divergence in their behavior. Maybe not in like Nix language proper, but like in the front ends of these languages. Like you see, for example, determinist systems stabilizing flakes before the putative upstream has stabilized flakes. You see Lix dropping support for features which are supported in Nix. And at some point, if that keeps going on, people will have to like program to a lowest common denominator of all three implementations, which will lead to like actual stagnation. And I'm coming at this from a perspective of someone who comes from the Haskell community, where we had like the cabal versus stack divide and like package in building packages, and that led to people, new users, being confused about like which package manager they were supposed to be using, and both of them providing half-baked experiences for new users. I don't want the same experience for Nix, where nobody's sure which Nix implementation they're supposed to be using, and all of them are providing like a different subset of features. I think that's not a good experience for new users.
Another thing I'm curious about for the steering committee, actually, on the same topic, is do you see any potential changes, or how like this problem can be addressed also with additional resources, right? Because everyone right now on the Nix team is a volunteer. Is there a world where more structured resourcing, grant programs, things like that actually help with onboarding new contributors and help with this?
Yeah. So I think right now we have some funding for specific areas, but that will be development funding for like a performance improvement or like completing dynamic derivations, that kind of thing. We don't have a budget for like general maintenance or a budget for getting outside contributions merged. So I think if we were to have more funds for that, we could probably do a better job.
I disagree. Like, I've seen multiple people who are very, very eager to contribute to Nix. Like, they didn't need to be paid, they're willing to do it for free, and they just could not get their contributions upstreamed into the interpreter. It wasn't a matter of money. I think it was just a matter of, like, the existing systems in place are just not making it possible for contributors to actually contribute.
Yeah, I'm proposing to fund the reviewer in this case. So the reviewer would be able to spend more time to work with this contributor to actually make it happen.
Yeah, I guess I would ask you, like, be like, do you see the cat going back in the bag here? Now that like we have multiple implementations and people are like used to, overseeing their own version as they see fit, like, do you think we can converge on one ecosystem with all the existing developers of any existing one? I mean, yeah, I sort of have my doubts, but like, I'd be curious to know if you did think that was totally possible.
Truthfully, no, but we should not be making the problem worse than it already is.
Well, but like, it may not be a sort of monotonic thing.
Regardless of like whether or not we can fix the multiple implementation problem, right? It should be easy to contribute to Nix. Like, I feel like we should all agree that that is a goal.
Yeah, well, I guess, I think the Sergey example, like, some people have had great experiences, some people have had terrible experiences. Obviously, I don't want the terrible ones to be terrible. I don't see any like obvious, this is something we're totally obviously doing wrong, we need to fix that. It's sort of easy solution. I would say, given the reality that there is going to be multiple implementations, the cat is out of the bag, the right thing to focus on is sort of like standardization, and so that we have like an active living standard and not a like moribund lowest common denominator that doesn't change. I think I've been told, I haven't even seen the diffs, that some of my incomplete content addressing stuff was just ripped out of Lix. I think I've read Jade's blog posts in the past about the problems with it. I actually completely agree with those problems. The work I'm about to do this next 2 months is supposed to fix those problems. Like, does that address Jade's concerns as I hope it does? I would love to know. I would love to like reach a point where we have like a written document of how it's supposed to work, and Nix and Lix both implement the written document, and it's not just like, me shouting orders and other people implementing my ideas, but an actual give and take. That feels to me like a sort of tractable trust building exercise where no one's asked to like unilaterally disarm and unfork, and yet we have a like living standard and hope of Nix packages eventually using this new stuff.
I would propose, could we take more questions? We're slowly running out of time. But
Okay.
This is a long discussion, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Well, I look forward to bringing the topic exactly onto the same area, roughly. But considering that we would like to accelerate some areas of development, do you have any sort of concrete strategies that you think would be beneficial to help organize that work and pair people together, or even push to specific people and ask them to accomplish a certain feature as a group?
So I have some ideas that are very fresh on that, on the foundation side, but maybe the SC wants, do you want to take that first?
I'd be happy for you to say that actually we've had some
So we've been spending the last few weeks as we're starting to look at that, again, general topic of the ecosystem is growing and there's going to be needs that we want to meet, right? At the end of the day, Nix is starting to matter more and more. And as it matters more and more, there's going to be needs coming in from the ecosystem that are very either specific or wide or hopefully applicable to a wider set. And one of the things that we've been playing around with in the last, it's really fresh, last like week, we're starting to think about that. And we're thinking about somehow devising a grant program that's by model. Meaning that can we devise a grant program that is also both top down and bottoms up, but pretty much would allow anyone to come in and suggest a proposal to get funded for in order to work on it. So to your point, a concentrated effort. And we would need to work together, obviously, with the SC to define what that is and what that means, and even if that makes sense, and then hopefully have some form of structure. And just the very nascent ideas that we've had on our heads was like, there's some phases to the grant program. Like when you come in, let's say you don't have funding and you're asking for funding, then you get a stipend to actually build a fully fleshed out proposal and help you get initial funding for it. And once you get that initial funding threshold, then it kind of crosses over to the next step. And we're trying to think about that as a process. And the reason I'm saying that it's bimodal, it's because at the end of the day, we also want to be able to bring in more resources into the ecosystem and hopefully use that as an incentive for folks to come in, right? So if an organization is also looking to fund something, we want to help them connect them with the people who can build it and make Nix better for another group of folks. But again, at the end of the day, I think it's the SC's role to define what's formal, what's not formal, what's in Nix, what's not in Nix. All we can do from the foundation side is facilitate and support the process, bring in the funding, help connect the people. Potentially what I see in hopefully not our too far future is where we're also able to provide support around even things like project management, which we currently suck at as a foundation. We just don't have time, I think. It's not that we suck at. I think that a lot of folks here would be actually really good at project management, but it's all volunteer-based and it's our weekends and our nights. And wouldn't it be amazing if there was someone that their job was just to project manage, and help everyone just get things done. But that's... Sorry.
Are there any thoughts from the SC?
I feel like I've held this mic a while, but yeah, thanks for the applause. I completely agree with that. I don't know how many of you have observed other open source nonprofits, but I would say in general, having a nonprofit is like deciding that swimming is faster than like crawling on land. And so you jump in the water, and then the first thing you're doing is treading water and not moving faster. And so it takes actually so much effort just to have a nonprofit that continues to exist before you actually start doing the things that the nonprofit is supposed to do. And so I think so much of the work has been really good, but we're just trying to like cross the threshold of like, we're, not flailing about, but we're like actually, horizontal on the water, doing a proper stroke and and moving along. And Ron's exactly right. Having those extra resources, the extra project manager, the extra structure, it will allow everyone to do a better job and you know, have a real glorious and sudden phase change into you know, reaction to proaction, to, you know, feeling things that happen, to driving the initiative forward more than what people have anticipated. And I feel like it's, you know, it's somewhat imminent too. We're not far away from being able to hit our stride.
I think money is necessary but not sufficient. The question, if I remember correctly, was about direction, right? Money is not direction, right? Just handing out money and saying you propose projects is not providing direction. We won't get to where we need to go by Brownian motion, Brownian diffusion. And we need to actually, you know, set a direction for, even if we just made everything in the ecosystem 10% better, we as a community would not necessarily take off and get mainstream. We need to find a very concrete use case that we want to target and build out and make good. For example, if we say we are a package manager, that is our main use case, why don't we support building on Windows, right? If any package manager worth its salt needs to support building on Windows. Not saying that should necessarily be our target use case, but that's what the kind of questions we need to be asking. And we won't get there if we don't set that direction.
You're super right, by the way. I can't agree with that more.
Maybe something I've seen a lot is that you define a rough goal, and then you open a grant program that targets that goal. And so you approve to try to find the best proposals moving towards that goal. So that's a way of defining where to move to. I don't want to talk too long. We are slowly running out of time. There's probably more questions. So, Rock, please.
So thank you very much. I actually wanted to ask a question that goes into a similar direction, where I have noticed, let me start it by I have noticed at NixCon 25, it seems like, as somebody looking at how sponsorships are organized, that this is really well run in that area, and that the conference works really well when it comes to how sponsorship worked there. And I think I heard something in the opening ceremony about sponsorship tiers, and I'm not sure if I understood correctly if this is about ongoing sponsorship towards the foundation or if it's about the event. And I'd be curious to hear what your thoughts are on that, and if you're thinking about building processes that facilitate systematically taking in money in a way that helps grow sustainably and helps pay people for their work, because there's a lot of people who have day jobs and do a lot of hard work in the ecosystem, and I think it would be really great if we could manage to organize in a way to fund that. And in a way, when we're electing a steering committee, I think we're trying to get that done, and it's a bit difficult then if we worry about conflicts of interest too much, where we say, well, but nobody who we know and nobody who's on the steering committee and nobody who's related to that in any way could receive that kind of funding, and so we can't really do anything in an ethical way, right? Because there's always going to be conflicts. And I think it's also kind of about just, what are your thoughts on that, right?
If I can just share some thoughts on this. So the sponsorship tiers I mentioned before, they are separate from the NixCon sponsorships. First of all, thank you for the compliments on the sponsorship organization at NixCon, because for us it was really important to make this about the community, and also so you guys feel welcome here, and you feel like we are not pushing some companies on you that you don't want to see. So that's why we also worked with the SC very closely to approve these sponsorships. And of course, our job as the board is to reach out to sponsors and make new partnerships. And the job of the SC on this regard is to approve them. As for the sponsorship tiers, we have recently launched the new sub page on our website, where you can find which tier you want to choose as an organization. We added a smaller tier, which is, for example, for small orgs or for universities, because we want to be a welcoming place as well. So this these are just some thoughts from us as the board, and the SC for sure will also touch on that. Yeah.
But you also mentioned the how to get funds to the volunteers. I want to touch upon that. So we, when I was part of the committee drafting the constitution, we put in there that, well, as a board, we need to make sure that we have funding. We might need to also make sure, so we are working with the marketing team, for example, right now, directly, to make sure they receive some funding, to make sure they can do outreach and things like that. That helps us get more funds. But in the end, we also need to allocate them to right project direction level things. And that's where we need to make sure the steering committee has the say in that, where that should go. So in the constitution, we have that the steering committee gets a rough allocation of, we have some budget, please allocate this among teams, among volunteers, make sure it gets to the people that you think do the work in the right direction. And so we are still working on that. It's a slow process. We're also fairly new on the board. But that might look like, so personally I like the idea of defining what it means to be an official team, and an official team then also gets a budget, but also comes with certain responsibilities like taking meeting notes, for example, being present at NixCon and having a little slide on here and talking about it. So I'd really like that, bringing it to teams as a starting step, but also the grant program is also where volunteers could get. So you could propose a grant program to maintain Nix for a year, just like bug fixing or something like that. But yeah, I don't want to talk longer, maybe steering committee. Any thoughts?
Yeah, so we... we have been working on this kind of planning, figuring out the direction, and working with the foundation to coordinate that. So that'll become more visible in the coming weeks, I would say, months. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it definitely will become visible, very soon. So get excited. And Ron mentioned this. I think it's a very good point. On a different occasion, he mentioned this, that the sort of granting and planning, everything, there should be both kind of a bottom-up track and a top-down track. We want to provide that direction and the vision and sort of big centralized strategy. We also want to recognize that we're a very contributor driven community, and we have immense bottom-up potential to like a million termites slowly eating a tree. We can just do these incredible distributed things that would be impossible to manage in a traditional centralized way. And we don't want to have to pick and choose between those two things. We want to have more sort of traditional strategy without sacrificing our immense distributed system grassroots strength. And so I think the plan so far, not totally decided, but I think everyone likes it, is to just fully embrace that it's two separate things. They're both good. We want them both to be, compensated, recognized, and appreciated. And so the granting and planning would take both into account and not try to awkwardly pretend they're the same thing and then end up not giving either track justice.
So we have 20 seconds if someone wanted to ask a lightning question. That's really...
So I think I'm happy to also stay here a bit longer, so we have a quick break, so you can also come talk to us.
Exactly. But there is one thing. So how can people reach you? Right? Just so they know, especially those watching, how can somebody reach steering committee?
Right.
Ideas?
Yeah. Email steering@nixwest.org. You can also find us on Discourse. You create a message, and you hit the plus sign. You can type steering. And
awesome. Thank you.
That's where you find us.
Here, we'll put it on the slide.
Here's steering committee.
There it is.
So.
Same thing for the foundation@nixwest.org, or just find us literally anywhere. Matrix.
Yeah, we are on the website.
Talk to us.
You can also just message us individually if you need to.
Yeah.
So just to finalize, all this needs a lot of work, a lot of manpower. Maybe they are in position, they were voted in, but we need to help them. So let's not forget that they need our support. Okay, thank you very much.
I'll stay here a bit in case someone has a question. I feel like we didn't get to a lot of questions.
Yeah, we can take it off. Next thing starts in 10 minutes. Is it? 8 minutes.
I mean, your parents should know, I guess.
They know it, I know.
Oh, yeah, that's good. Ultimately, you're right. It's your All right. Hello, please take your seats. The next talk is starting by Julian about Garn. He's the CEO of Garnix, so take it away.
Thank you. Hello. Yeah. I love Nix, and I want more people to use it. Now, if that's your goal, if increasing Nix adoption is your goal, a sensible thing to do is to see what it is that people say is preventing them from continuing their Nix journey, beginners say, or more advanced users as well. What's keeping them? What are the barriers that they face? And thankfully, can I get the... Thank you. Thankfully, that's relatively easy because for various reasons, but one is, if you go to any Hacker News thread where people mention Nix, other people will be very, very willing to volunteer information about what they hate about Nix as well, right? So you can just look at that, and you'll get plenty of things. You can also just reflect upon your own experience and talk to people over here or your coworkers. And so I think everyone kind of develops an intuition for what these problems are. What is keeping beginners from Nix? What is keeping more advanced users from continuing to use Nix? And in my own sort of understanding, ontology of the situation, categorization of the situation, I think there are three broad categories of problems. One, which will be something familiar, is a steep learning curve. Now, why is there a steep learning curve? There are a few reasons, a few more specific issues that come under this heading. People have to learn a new language, Nix, the language, which has a bit of a new paradigm and a new standard library. They have to learn a new build tool, right? So Nix is also a build tool, and that's itself a very different paradigm. They have to learn a bunch of lang to Nix libraries for their purposes. They have to learn potentially two different CLIs because we have two poorly coexisting generations of CLIs. They have to learn flakes, potentially, right? And maybe use libraries for flakes as well. And all of this with relatively poor documentation, right? So there are lots of things that go into this problem. And then we also have the steep learning curve is more for beginners. But there's also an element of bad UX that affects all of us throughout our entire Nix journey, even if we don't consider ourselves beginners. And that grinds away at some people's will to continue using this. And, there are, again, various examples here. Maybe stack traces are a really good one, right? Like, I think, or the fact that the LSP is not really up to par. Like, it's come a long way, but it's not really up to par to other languages. As soon as you're in a Lambda, as you start splitting things up, you don't really get completion in the way that you would otherwise. Documentation doesn't show up in your editor as it does in other languages. Yeah, and maybe also Flakes helps with this a little bit, but there are other things like the Git hashes, the SHA-256 hashes that you often have to put there in some fetch Git or whatever it is, and then have it fail, and then update that. And there are tools to help with that. But then again, even after you've done all of this, if you forget to update the hash, you're going to get an old version of something. There are all these little complaints. And then the CLI, again, is a problem in this category because of all the experimental flags and the fact that it's not really that intuitive very often. It's becoming better, but it's not that intuitive, I think. And then there's a third class of problems, which is maybe a bit of more of a surprise here, but I think it's justified, and it's the evaluation being slow. And this is something that, talking to larger companies especially that are using Nix, this is a big problem for them. I've talked to several companies where they say that this is the main reason. They're now, to some degree or another, moving away from Nix. But when I say to some degree or another, I mean sometimes not giving it up altogether, but moving to dev shell-only experiences where it provides the dev shell and then you use something else to do the builds. And this is one of the primary reasons, if not the primary reason that they mention. Some companies say that they have 10 to 15 minutes of evaluation time in their CI runs. And there are techniques to solve this, but these companies know about these techniques and they still have these problems. This is also a problem in dev shell experiences. Again, if you just start a new project, maybe the dev shell hasn't gotten slow yet, but as you start working on, as your project gets bigger, refreshing the dev shell can take several seconds, sometimes even longer. And that decreases the otherwise amazing experience that is these dev shells. So the first step, as I said, in sort of increasing adoption of Nix might be identifying these problems. And the second step, presumably, is fixing them. And the community is doing a lot of different things to solve these problems, and it's really heroic efforts and really cool. But we, at the team at Garnix that's behind Garn, we're thinking that maybe there's a way of sort of dealing with all these problems in one go. And the basic idea is use JavaScript and TypeScript as the programming language, not Nix. So Nix, the build tool continues there. But the evaluation language is now a different one. Now, you can kind of see why this would help in a number of different directions. JavaScript is usually not an entirely new language for most people. They can sufficiently proficient, most developers are sufficiently proficient that they can write the things that they need to have a working config. And the documentation is much better, the LSP is much better, the evaluation time is much better. And then as a second step, we do a wholly new CI and we learn all the lessons without worrying about backwards compatibility. We call Nix under the hood to do the builds, but we don't have to worry about backwards compatibility here. Now, I say JavaScript and TypeScript, but really, more specifically what I mean, and I'm really, I think, underselling this project, if I may say so myself, is the V8 sandbox. And this is important because you get to compile to WASM and use whatever language you want. So this is really a move towards use whatever, JavaScript in some senses, along with C, the language with the most complete FFI into other languages via WASM. And so if you want to use Haskell and compile, Rust or whatever it is, and compile to WASM and then use this mechanism, you totally can. This hasn't been the part that we've been exploring most intensely now, but this is the idea, right? So you can use any language, including potentially eventually Nix itself within WASM. So this is the idea, and we've gone ahead and implemented this. We have a project called Garn, and it works, and I'll show you in a second. There are a couple of things to note. We have to, we control the execution environment a bit more so that it's deterministic, or closer to deterministic in the evaluation. The builds are the same. We're offloading the builds, once you get to the derivation or whatever, it's the same mechanism as Nix always is, so the determinism there is going to be exactly the same as before, which is largely deterministic, but not completely. In the evaluation, we restrict network access and file system access. So we allow network access via imports, and those imports are written to a lock file, a lot like Flakes. Although you have dynamic imports, which is really cool as well. And the file system access is restricted to the parts of the file system that are within the project, like Flakes. So yeah, how does this work exactly? The version 1, the one that's released and I'm going to demo, is kind of it's almost like a templating agent. It's like a transpiling a DSL into Nix the language. So we still go through Nix evaluation, but you write TypeScript. And then the second version, which we're working on right now, uses GRV files as the derivations as the interface to Nix, and so skips Nix the language and evaluation there altogether, with the advantage that it's, we believe, going to be much, much, much faster at evaluation stage. So I can show you what that looks like. I think if I can get my mouse. So here I have a Haskell project, right? So there are different languages that would work. I'm more familiar with Haskell. This is the Zero Hack venue, so let's go with Haskell. A standard initialized Haskell project that has a source directory and a cabal file. Now, if I type Garn, I get a help. And here's already kind of a, we thought a lot about this, about the UX and the UI, right? This is important to us. We have what we call a contextual CLI. It looks into the situation you're in, and it provides certain commands, makes certain commands available and others not, depending on that situation. So you can't build and you can't run and enter or generate any of these things because it's not yet a Garn project. It doesn't have a garn.ts file, which is our equivalent of flake.nix. And because of that, the only thing that makes sense is basically initializing. So those are the available commands. So if I initialize, let's say I'm creating a garn.ts file, and I can open that. And this has been generated automatically, right? So you can see that it detected that it was a Haskell project. So all our stacks have an initializer that says, hey, when is it that you want to be running? When is your stack relevant? And so the Haskell initializer says, okay, if there's a cabal file, which is the Haskell package manager, then I know that this is a Haskell project. And I know how to pick the executables that become basically Flake apps. So this already works. If I do a Garn build, this will already build, right? So again, imagine someone who's coming to this for the first time. Imagine the difference in the experience. You do Garn init. You can do Garn. That tells you basically do Garn init. You do Garn init, and now you can do a Garn build. And this isn't a dev shell. This is not like a lot of projects are trying to make a Nix easier by restricting it to only dev shells. But this allows you to do packaging as well and checks. Now, another cool thing is, if you have experience with a bunch of programming languages, then one natural thing to do is hit a dot after whatever data type you have and see what happens. The LSP here is telling you, hey, these are the things that are available, and you have documentation for them, right? This isn't magic, right? Like if you're a programmer, probably your programming language has something similar, has like LSP support that is gives you this, but it's very different from Nix. So if I really like HLint, it's a tool in Haskell, then I can say, okay, like with DevTools, which the documentation tells me basically this is the function that I want. So again, I never had to leave my terminal in this process. And then I need a package. So and here there's an import automatically, which is Nix packages. And I do a dot, and it shows me all the packages in my editor along with the documentation. So I can see what's there, right? And I can do HLint, which is .h. And this is source code suggestions, and I do this. And I get an error in my text editor that says, hey, this is supposed to be a list of packages, not a package. So I don't have to go through a interpretation cycle and like a weird error message. And I get this, and I can continue on and add checks and similar things in a similar way. And now, if I hit Garn again, this changed. Now there is a Garn file, so init doesn't make sense because it would be overwriting a file. But build does, right? And so now I can see Garn build. And it says, hey, my project is the available thing that you can build. And let's actually describe what my project is. Demo. And it even adds documentation there, so it becomes really, really nice for your end users to use as well, like your coworkers or whatever it is. They get to use it as well. And if I do a Garn build my project, that was cached because I did this earlier today, but it would have built the package, right? And the way that this is currently working in this version is that it generates, as I mentioned, flake.nix. So you could use Nix directly from here on if you wanted to. And all the Nix tooling also works. Yeah. So this is, I think maybe you'll agree that this is a dramatically different experience for beginners, improved experience from what you would get with Nix, right? But as this version, the API is going to basically stay the same. You can use this version, and most things won't change. Both the Garn.ts structure and the CLI. One thing to mention is the way this works is we have a bunch of exports. So right now we only have one. And these can be packages and dev shells and whatnot, and projects, which is an idea that conglomerates various different things in a coherent whole. And you export these, and as I said, we only have one export right now, but if you have multiple ones, all of those will show up as options in your CLI, right? And all of these will show up currently as outputs in your flake.nix. Yeah. So this is the version that we have so far, and as I said, we're now moving towards one where you skip the evaluation altogether for the performance advantages. And why do we think it'll be faster? This is a silly benchmark, but one reason is just like we have the most optimized language. The V8 has dozens of full-time employees working on improving it, mostly to make it faster. That's a lot, right? Like we have decades of engineering invested in it, and Nix does it. So that's one reason. JavaScript is just faster. Now, another reason is there's also concurrency. So a lot of discussions about IFD or whatever. It would be nicer if you had concurrency. You can map, yeah. you can also use almost in any language via WASM, which is nice if you don't want to use TypeScript, but it's also nice for a different reason, which is one of the problems that we hit a lot with Nix is that we have to, or really, really want to resort to IFD because doing something in Nix would be really, really hard in pure Nix. And there's probably already an executable or a library in a different language that already does it for you. Right? So again, to use the Haskell example, there's a Haskell library that parses Cabal files and generates a Nix in the right Nix package. And the way we use it in Nix is we use IFD, and that has to start a sandbox and do various other things, and then eventually finish that build, and then import that into the evaluation. Whereas once you have WASM, you can just compile that straight into WASM and call it as a library function, that evaluation stage. So you can, a lot of things that previously weren't possible become possible. And also, it's a language with more libraries in general, right? So like, I don't know, like if you want to parse YAML in Nix right now, there's a PR that's open for this and has been for a long time, but you're kind of out of luck. YAML, right? I think that's still up to date, I don't know. The other reason that this is important, I showed you you can import Nix packages from within Garn, right? So in TypeScript or JavaScript, you can import Nix packages. And the way we do that is kind of changing, but now we're moving towards pre-evaluating all of the derivations into an attr set, a dictionary with all the things that that derivation has. And that means that there's basically no evaluation left, right? We have globally, so we have a proxy, basically, the URL that you saw, and we pre-evaluate Nix packages up to all the derivations once globally, so your computer never has to do that, right? In theory, this should also work for Nix itself, right? Like we could re-export this as a pre-evaluated normal form Nix packages for consumption as well, and we intend to as well, but this is so right now an advantage. Right? One thing that I can't talk about in very much detail because it's a bit complicated, but I think it's very cool, is that there's also at least the resources for building much better and more granular caching than what we have with Flakes. We can cache, really, invalidate an evaluation cache only when something changes, right? So with promises, we basically have a value and the continuation. And there's a bit of trampolining. We have, if the cache can say like, okay, if the continuation looks like it hasn't changed or hasn't changed, and the value hasn't either, then we can just, because of determinism largely, we can just run the results of that computation that we already saved from a previous run without running it again. And so if you have a Garn.ts file and you change a different output, and then you try rerunning, this would still be cached, right? Or if you change a file that's not imported in your in that particular code path, then this will still be cached. And if you change something that is imported, then only those parts, the only expenses that you would incur, depending on how you design things, are the parts that need to be recomputed. Another idea that I think is very cool is that because it's easy to compile to the browser, you can have very thin clients, right? So you can separate things such that the builds are happening. The build stage is still exactly the same as before. Once you get to a derivation, you're still using Nix in the regular way to build. And you can use remote builders for that. But the evaluation can happen in a browser. So you can have very thin clients that tell you, for instance, what are the outputs that you have and whatnot. And this, I think, there's been a bit of a proliferation of these remote dev environments that use Nix in some way. And I think for them, this is quite cool because you can do a lot of the startup almost immediately. You don't need to spin up a VM to say hey, this is the VM that's going to do the evaluation for various different things, because the browser can already do that. Right? Yeah, so, as I mentioned, I think Nix is is really, really wonderful. And I think if we can, this is an attempt to sort of, in a very radical way, solve some of the problems that people face when using Nix while still maintaining the things that, to my mind, make Nix beautiful, right? The core idea. I don't know if this is, and I think also, you know, the fact that you can use WASM, that you can compile any language, should, you know, there are a bunch of different projects to sort of replace Nix with something, and hopefully this can be like a substratum substrate for that, right? So that we can explore a lot more and see what we like in a way that remains interoperable, right? So if you have Haskell code, you can easily call it from JavaScript, from Rust, or whatever it is, right? Yeah, I think that's all I have. And I have about a minute for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I would say a lot of people use Nix because of Nix packages.
Yeah.
Largely.
Yeah.
And I know other, you know, the typing Nix efforts have started and installed. What is your vision for Garn is great if you want to add a package, but you're never going to support overlays until you have taken over. What's your sort of onboarding strategy for the Nix packages parts?
Yeah. So we do support using Nix packages. So in the current version, we support Nix packages, and also you can call functions within. So currently, because it's a relatively sort of simplistic templating, you can call functions within Nix packages, so you can support this. You have to manually type everything. But that's fine because there's not, I don't know. But in we're going to maintain the compatibility with Nix packages derivation, so you can use all of them. One idea for going from there is maybe compiling Nix to WASM, so you can use those functions as well. But we haven't. It's a really interesting question.
Sorry, we don't have time for more questions, but you can come ask him right here. And so thank you very much. The next talk is going to be in 10 minutes. It's about how NixOS is built from pull request to /nix/store by Dionysus. So if you're interested, join. All right, hello, welcome everyone. Take your seats. Also close the Aula door back there so the AC is working. Well, when people finish coming in, please close the Aula door back there. Thank you. We'll figure it out. All right, so this is Dionysus. He's going to talk about how Nixus is built from PR to your local Nix store. Take the word.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. First things first, this QR code is going to take you to the slides if you prefer viewing it in your phone. Before I get started, I would like to thank the organizers and all the volunteers for making NixCon possible. My name is Dionys Grigoropoulos. Online, I go by dgrigor Erethon, depending on the context. On GitHub, you can find me as Erethon. On email and Matrix, you can find me as dgrig. I'm an SRE by trade, but I'm a hacker at heart. I like tinkering with electronics, anything that has to do with infrastructure. I believe in self-hosting, and I'm part of a group that promotes self-hosting. And I enjoy looking for security bugs in software. Today, I'll be speaking about the building blocks for building NixOS. This includes all the infrastructure, the tooling, the automations, and the repositories involved. The goal is by the end of this presentation to know where and how cache-nixos.org is hosted, where packages are built, how they are placed in the cache, how they are signed, and how the sources of the packages is managed and reviewed. I think it's important to note that none of this is magic. All of this information is currently public in our Git repositories. Anyone can figure this out. I'm new to NixOS myself. I've only been using NixOS for a year and a half. The way I figured these things out is by Git cloning the repositories and greping at the source code. So, binary caches. A core feature of Nix is its ability to reuse packages from another store location. Looking at the man page for nix.conf, we see that there is an option called substitutors, which allows us to specify one or more stores from which to pull store objects. That is without building them from source. If this setting is left empty, Nix will build everything from source, effectively turning NixOS into a source-based distribution. Out of interest, is there anyone in here that builds the system this way, only using source code? No? Okay, 1 hand, 2 hands, 3 hands, okay. I've tried it myself, I've run into some issues, I would love talking with you after this talk. The default configuration for NixOS puts in etc nix.conf a substitutor for cache.nixos.org. So for the rest of this presentation, we're going to figure out where this is hosted. When trying to understand how a project is structured, I like to approach things from a bottom-up perspective. As such, I think it makes sense to start with the domain name for nixos.org. Running a whiz query on nixos.org, we see that it's registered in Gandhi. Gandhi is a French company that provides services for domain hosting and web hosting. Next, we can take a look at the name servers for nixos.org. Again, we see we're using the Gandhi name servers. And finally, we can take a look at the A record for cache.nixos.org, and we see that it points to a Fastly domain currently. All of this information is managed in the infra repository under GitHub Nixos infra on the DNS directory, and it's using DNS control. DNS control is an opinionated software for management of DNS records. The configuration for it might look something like this. I've omitted a lot of the steps, but it's just plain JavaScript files, and they specify the DNS zone. We said that cache.nixos.org currently points to fastly.net, to a Fastly domain. Fastly is a company that provides CDN services, content delivery network services, and this is how we're using them. They have more than 80 points of presence in major cities around the world. So when we're doing a pull from cache.nixos.org, we're pulling from the latest server closest to our location. Fastly currently serves the landing page, the NAR info, and the compressed NAR files of packages. And besides being used for cache.nixos.org, it's also used for the artifacts, for the channels, for the releases, and for the tarbles. The Fastly configuration is, again, in the infra repository under Nixos infra, on the Terraform directory under cache.tf. It's managed using Terraform and OpenTofu, which are software used to manage cloud and physical infrastructure. It's very easy to learn both opened off on Terraform if you want to look at it. I mentioned that Fastly is only used as the CDN. This is because Fastly only serves the NixOS cache content. It doesn't store it long term. For that, we use Amazon Web Services S3. S3 is an object storage service. And Fastly uses that as the backend for getting the packages it hasn't already cached. As of early August, the S3 cache is at over 700 terabytes in size, and it's growing at a rate of about a terabyte per day. This currently costs, I think, $15,000 per month, and Amazon is sponsoring it. Again, the code for this is using Terraform. It's in the same file as the Fastly one. And here's a simple architecture diagram of what this might look like, of what we discussed so far. On the right-hand side, we have Gandhi for DNS. And on the left-hand side, we have cache.nixos.org, which is being served by Fastly, which in turn uses S3 as the backend. Pretty simple architecture. So far, we've identified 3 companies that we're using to get, that are in the hot path to get packages: Amazon, Fastly, and Gandhi. So the question becomes, do we trust them? Do we have to trust them in order to use the cache? And the answer is no, because Nix, by default, or one of the options that Nix has, is the ability to check for cryptographic signature of the packages that we get, and make sure that they are signed by a private key, and if we have the same public key, we can verify that no one has tampered with them. So not Gandhi, not Fastly, or not Amazon. And this is the default configuration for nixos.conf. We have a public key for cache nixos.org. As Arjen said yesterday, this hasn't been rotated in, I think, 10 years, but there's work being done on allowing multiple signatures on a package now to be able to rotate this key. It is important to note, however, that we bootstrap our trust over these companies. When we first download the ISO, all the information we have for the ISO is coming from Fastly. And now that we've seen how the cache is set up, let's take a look at the tool that builds the packages and puts them into the cache. This tool is Hydra, the NixOS CI. It is a Perl-based continuous integration system. I think it's over 15 years old at this point. It's obviously being developed still. It started 15 years ago. It runs the NixOS test, it builds packages, it signs them, and uploads them to the cache. But this happens only after they have been merged into Nix packages. It doesn't do it before, it doesn't do it on PRs. Hydra, the software, has a flake and a module. It's very easy to set up and run it if you want to experiment yourselves. I've done it. It gave me a better perspective of how the upstream project works, because it's very easy to set up and play around with it. However, I understand that it's difficult to scale up, at least to Nix package scale. I haven't done that. And it currently builds more projects than just Nix packages. The official installation of Hydra on hydra.nixos.org currently consists of 1 coordinator node and 1 database node, 2 x86 Linux builders and 2 ARM64 Linux builders, and 7 Darwin builder nodes, 5 M1 Max and 2 M2 Max. The coordinator, the database, the Linux builders, and the M1 Darwin builders are hosted in Hetzner. Hetzner is a German company that specializes in cloud infrastructure and dedicated servers. And the M2 Max are hosted in OakHost. If you listened to the State of the Union talk yesterday, MiG92 mentioned that the Hydra builders were migrated to Hetzner at the end of 2024. Before that, they were hosted in another company. And this is what the Hydra architecture looks like with what we've seen so far. We see that the builders are connecting to the coordinator node, which takes the build packages, signs them, and then pushes them to AWS 3 using the S3 API. Since these are the machines that build the packages and the coordinator node takes them and signs them, everything that's on the left-hand side of this is trusted because it's what builds and what ends up building what ends up in the cache. So all of them are inherently trusted. So now that we've seen how the packages are built and signed, we can move on to see where the source code for all of this is defined. This is GitHub. GitHub is hosting all of the NixOS repositories. It has all the issues, all the pull requests. The Nix packages repository at the moment has about 8,800 open issues and 7,800 open pull requests. In comparison, this time last year, we had about 6,100 open pull requests. And we make heavy use of GitHub Actions. So since late 2024, we moved to GitHub Actions for CI of Nix packages and evaluating the Nix packages pull requests. Since then, a lot of new GitHub additions, a lot of GitHub Actions have been added that help automate the processes around PRs and review and merges. For example, example actions might be the periodic labeling of PRs. When someone opens a new PR, it adds an action runs on a time schedule and adds labels. It might add the needs reviewer label. It might remove it when someone reviews the PR, all these things. Another action might run linting. Another action will run Nix packages event, might ping maintainers for packages they maintain, will run the evaluation. And all of these actions use Casix, which is a company that provides remote Nix caches. And they're using it as a third cache to make builds faster. And as for the numbers, during the month of July, the actions for Nix packages run for about 900,000 minutes. If we do the math, this comes out to 625 days. And just for Nix packages, this costs around $13,000 per month, which is sponsored by GitHub. And expanding on the previous architecture diagram, this is, if we add now GitHub on the mix, we see the Hydra coordinator is pulling the latest changes from GitHub. Meanwhile, GitHub Actions have a feedback loop with a Nix packages repository, resulting in less manual steps needed for a review because something happens in a pull request, a GitHub Action runs, updates the labels or whatever, so it saves us time. The Casix is connected with GitHub Actions, and it's only there to be used by GitHub Actions. There is a comment in the Nix packages code that uses the Casix that no one else should use it because it's not trusted. It contains things that were added during PR review, so it's not approved by someone. Since the Nix packages repository is our source of truth, we do trust GitHub with what ends up in Hydra and the cache. Finally, I did mention that Hydra builds and runs NixOS tests after a PR has been merged. However, it's often useful to build packages and run tests during PR review. This is done by Offborg. Offborg used to be the main CI for Nix packages, but since most checks have moved to GitHub Actions at the end of 2024, it's now only used for package build and NixOS tests. It will automatically build packages when the PR title follows a specific naming scheme. Otherwise, you can ping Offborg manually via GitHub comment to run tests or build a package. The infrastructure for Offborg is currently 3 x86 and 2 ARM64 Darwin hosts, 5 Linux builders, 1 core coordinator node, and 4 evaluation hosts. The Darwin builders run in Mac Stadium, a company that provides Apple machines. The Linux builder run in teta-neutral.net, and the core host is hosted on Hetzner Cloud. No trust is placed on Offborg, since the build artifacts it generates aren't reused anywhere, so it's not trusted infrastructure for us. The conclusion of all of this is that currently we only have to trust the Hydra infrastructure and the people that have access to it, obviously, and the Nix packages source code hosted on GitHub. We don't have to trust anything else. It's easy to get involved in all of the above aspects of NixOS. As I say, usually fixing something is only pull request away. Improvements can be made anywhere. Don't be afraid to look at things or ask questions. And pretty much that's the whole overview of how NixOS is built. There's nothing else. So any questions?
Thanks for the talk. I have 2 questions. Is Offborg also Hydra-based?
No, it's something else.
Oh.
Yeah, it's something else. I think it's Rust-based, and
okay.
It's under, I want to say, the NixOS organization, the repository. Yep.
And the other question is, you say you only need to trust
Yeah.
the you only need to trust Nix packages,
Yeah.
Hydra, the builds, because they're signed. But basically, yes, you need to trust the PRs that nothing bad flows into the thing.
Yeah,
right? I mean,
yeah, we obviously have, if we're trusting the source code, someone puts the code in there, like VPR, someone reviews it. It's only 250 people that are committers, I think, currently, that have access to merge to Nix packages. So technically, we trust those 250 people, but I think if something malicious was merged, someone else would also see it.
And you can easily package maintain, right?
Sorry, come again?
It's easy probably to get a package maintainer if you package something new.
Actually repeat it.
I repeat it. So I think it's easy to get a package maintainer if you, let's say you have a Go package and you push it into Nix package, somebody reviews it, you get a maintainer, and suddenly you basically also can review it. I have some packages and I'm constantly under the question is, yeah, I mean,
yeah, you can get...
People need to trust me that I do the right thing. So yeah, it's kind of, maybe it's a wrong question for this talk. It's kind of secure.
You can get malicious code into Nix packages, I guess, if you want to. And maybe people won't catch it, but this doesn't affect the infrastructure because all of the builds are sandboxed. So even if you do something malicious during your build time, I don't think you can expand outwards in Hydra from there.
Could you expand on what off-borg brings that GitHub Actions doesn't, and why I would want to call it?
I think we can't do builds on GitHub Actions because it just takes too long. The same for tests. In the past, I think we couldn't run KVM workers in GitHub. Like you couldn't run NixOS tests in it. I think nowadays you can. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I guess I could also answer a little bit. I think with GitHub Actions, you can't easily get set up a Nix cache. Like you don't have a backing Nix store, so every time you run a GitHub Actions, you start with a fresh root directory effectively. And every single dependency you need to download. So multiply that by how many PRs times how many per day they get updated, and it turns into a huge cost for GitHub that I'm not sure if they would sponsor that, they might, but yeah, it's very expensive, I imagine.
And if I'm not mistaken, Silvan is the person that did the original off-borg to GitHub Actions main switch back in 2024. Yes. Any other questions? Then, perfect, thank you.
And one more thing, I'm briefly going to announce the next talk. It's going to be here in actually a bit more than 10 minutes, about 15 minutes. It's about Finix, an experimental OS featuring Finit as PID1, Explore the NixOS Design Space by Andrese. So, yes.
Hello, NixCon. I'm introducing Aaron, and he's gonna talk about Phoenix. You have the stage.
Sorry, just one moment here. Okay, there we go. All right, so I'm here to talk about Phoenix, and the title of my talk is an experimental OS featuring Finit as PID1 to explore the NixOS design space. So, content warning, I'll talk about init systems other than systemd. So if anybody's triggered by that, I apologize in advance, though I do give you the consolation that I love systemd, probably more than most people here. So we'll go with that. Okay, so who am I? Anders on GitHub / Nix community platforms. NixOS user since 2018. Yeah, after that, introduced Nix at work. Never looked back like so many here. Nix packages contributor, but specifically, Nix packages is great, it's awesome, but I'm interested in what we can do with those packages, so NixOS is my area of focus. Incidentally, I also wrote a deployment tool, Teraflops, which was kind of like a NixOps type clone when that sort of went downhill. And I wrote that sort of like to tide me over until NixOps 4 came, so I was super happy to see Robert's talk yesterday. Okay, so what is Phoenix? Yeah, Nix-based OS, very similar to NixOS, very, very similar. So what does that mean? It was built using NixLang, the Nix packages package set, and the Nix module system. So, is that NixOS configuration.nix or Phoenix? It's both. That's how similar it is. What is Phoenix? Well, there's got to be something different or I wouldn't be up here, right? So it doesn't use any or many modules from NixOS, given the title of the talk, and not using systemd. I think that probably comes as no surprise. I think at this point maybe there's like some of the XDG module stuff like icons and things like that I pull in, but not a whole lot. It's mostly different. So this is sort of an explanation right there of one of the big ways it's different. It uses finit instead of systemd as the init/service manager. So as we can see here, very similar to systemd, you have something like finit.services instead of systemd.services. You can provide a description. Conditions are kind of like before or after type things that we're familiar with in systemd, and a command to execute for the service manager. So in this case, let's just fire up network manager. Again, different, but very similar. So what's finit? Definitely need to sort of touch on that at least briefly during this talk, of course. So finit as PID1. finit is an alternative to sysvinit and systemd focused on small and embedded Linux systems, although fully usable on server and desktop systems. That's a quote from the website. They have a really friendly and attentive developer maintainer, Troglobit. Great person to work with. I've submitted a couple PRs. Very, very responsive, very nice. So Finit. What does it feature? Well, run levels instead of targets like systemd. But aside from that, one-shot tasks, just like systemd, services. And it even has a compatibility mode to sort of support the old sysv init start-stop scripts as well. Process supervision, again, very similar to systemd. Can source environment files, conditions, which quite a bit different than targets in systemd, but again, achieves the same outcome. So you know, before and after type ordering of scripts here. It's not just it's worth saying declarative before and after ordering. So that sort of separates it from some other init systems like non-systemd init systems. Readiness notification, which is a great feature. Like S6, the init system has its own protocol for readiness notification, just like systemd does, like type notify or notify reload. Finit supports both, which is very nice for, you know, again, ordering things and making sure that you don't have services starting before they should. Limited support for temp files, which I know some people don't like them, but they're so darn handy to have once in a while, so the author thought it would be a good idea to sort of at least include very basic support for that. Gets rid of some bash, which is nice. Pre and post script actions. And one really nice feature is very integrated C group support. So you can create new C groups, assign stuff to C groups, and do some things like all the C group settings, that sort of good stuff that some people really appreciate. If I built an OS, why not systemd? When I was conceiving Phoenix, I really thought about using systemd, but because I like it so much. But you know, I thought, wouldn't it be fun to try something different? I, you know, use systemd a lot, use it every day at work, home, all that stuff. Let's try something else. It'll be fun and novel at worst case scenario. So Finit, again, I looked at it, and from the feature list you just saw, the snippets I show you, I think you can quickly draw the conclusion that Finit probably fits pretty nicely into a Nix-based OS as a simple systemd replacement. Again, very similar here. Another like really killer feature here of Finit is that there's no complex switch to configuration script required at all. And maybe some people haven't gone down that alley and read that script, and good for you. Don't. It's terrible. DOSJ, I believe, he did a lot of work on that, made it really good, but it's still a disaster of logic to read through and sort of parse and figure out. So when you you know, activate your system and reload everything, what do we stop? What do we start? What do we reload? What do we, you know, all this sort of stuff. Finit implicitly handles it, so I didn't have to write a single line, which was like super appealing for using Finit, because that's a daunting task usually. And then finally, AM Joseph, you know, last year he gave that 6OS talk about his Nix-based OS, and one of the things that sort of stuck out to me was that he said, you know, like, it's great to have competition in this space, and I see like there's other init systems around and stuff, and I think that's good. That's good. So why would I create Phoenix? Yeah, I mean, anybody who's used NixOS for a while probably has, you know, a couple nits here and there, some things that they would love to see improved or problems they've run across or whatever. And yeah, I mean, everything has shortcomings, missed opportunities. So that's, you know, one motivating factor. But have you ever tried to do, you know, like tree-wide changes in NixOS or big ideas? It's not easy. There's a lot of modules that directly interact with each other. You know, you can end up having to modify, you know, like 50 source files of things that you don't even care about just to get something to evaluate, right? So it'd be nice to have something that's really small, doesn't have, you know, hundreds and hundreds of modules that can be impacted by, you know, tiny little changes when you're experimenting with ideas in the NixOS design space. And then from there, when you can start experimenting, you can see, you know, like what are the design trade-offs that impact the system. You can sort of see, like, did I actually have a good idea? Could this scale? And it's a small OS like this is a good idea or a good place to see if those ideas potentially might work. So if those ideas work, it could give you a better confidence to say, let's bring this back to NixOS and let's try to make these big changes I wanted to. And lastly, why would I create Phoenix? Well, Nix packages makes this easy. Excuse me. So yeah, how does it make it easy? Well, as I said at the beginning, I reuse Nix packages, Nix Lang, and the NixOS module system. That's a lot of scaffolding right there for building systems. There's a lot you can do with that. You know, when you get to that point, you have these things that you can use to build a system. Maybe you want to start conceptually swapping things out and see what happens, you know? Like, there's getting to be more and more of these systems. They're kind of popping up all over the place, so I don't know. Maybe we're on to some different ideas, but I mean, what is it? NixNG by Richard, Magic RB. He came up with that some time ago, like a few years now. He said, well, what if I swap out systemd for dinit? Then again, I mentioned the 6OS, where they said, what if we swap out the module system for Infuse, which is a neat thing. And then there's the NixBSD project, which is very interesting. They said we'd basically like to swap out the Linux kernel for BSD kernel and do something based on that. Right. So yeah, again, Nix packages makes this easy, and those are some great examples of people doing these things and having some success at it. So on top of that, you can rebuild your system with confidence, right? I mean, you could try to build your own Linux distro with, you know, whatever package manager, but of course, especially if you're building a distro, you're gonna bork your system almost repeatedly, and rollbacks are very nice at that point. So you can do anything you want and be confident you're really not gonna end up out of luck and have to reinstall or whatever. And yeah, I feel like pretty much anybody with the tools that Nix provides could really build their own small, you know, micro, whatever type Nix-based operating system. And yeah, maintaining it doesn't have to be a whole lot of work. So yeah, I built this to sort of experiment around. What experiments have I really done? Not as many as I would have liked to, but some still. You know, I said I need something small to sort of run some experiments, and then side quest, build a small OS, and now back to the main quest, I guess. But I've done a few, and they've been informative and interesting. So a smaller opt-in module set instead of hundreds of defaults. I think a lot of NixOS users understand like the evaluation pain that we go through. And one of the proposed solutions to that is a smaller opt-in module list. Well, if you start from scratch, trust me, you don't have a lot, so problem solved. It worked out really well. So another one was the provider's namespace for abstractions I did. Robert has a modular services PR that he was working on, merged into NixOS, I'll talk about, and then again, I didn't use systemd, I used finit, but maybe I could replace that. So I'll talk about each of those again. I sort of mentioned with the smaller opt-in module set, again, reduce evaluation time. Surprises between changes is another one. When you're, you know, pulling in all the modules by default with NixOS, sometimes they interact with each other. So even if you didn't have a module that you cared about on your system, it still might impact your system, right? So things like that. Then the provider's namespace I was talking about. So Ibizaman, he had this great idea, decoupling services. This was really inspirational to me. We talked about it after NixCon. He's working on like an RFC and a PR about this, but yeah, we sort of over the last year, we sort of chatted back and forth a little bit, bumped some ideas across each other, and I came up with like a much less powerful, but much simpler idea around this sort of idea. So again, if you're not just using systemd and you want to be able to like swap different software out, you know, whatever, and even if you are using systemd, you still might, but this maybe less of a relevant example with cron, but again, so providers.schedule tasks, now I can just say, well, I need log rotate, I want it to run roughly hourly, and I want it to do this. And then, yeah, there's a cron backend, fcron, and mcron, whatever you want. You can just sort of like have these interfaces, contracts, providers, whatever you have, as like an in-between for two modules. So we don't have to like strictly depend on cron or fcron or whatever, and we can sort of like split that way. So I think this is like a really good idea. My idea might be a little bit too simple, or it might just be the perfect level of simplicity. I'm not sure yet. I haven't tried it on too many concepts to see how it scales, but like, I don't know, like if you're talking about device managers, for example, UDEV versus MDevD versus like, there's actually a ton of other ones. I don't think this pattern would actually scale overly well there, but yeah, I mean, maybe the contracts RFC would scale better, it's hard to say, but for simple things, definitely this works really well. And then modular services, I'm gonna sort of gloss over this a little bit. It's this cool PR I mentioned that Robert has. It basically means you can write like modules that you can run not just on NixOS, but other OSs as well. So I thought, great, implemented it on Phoenix, and now I can run modular services from NixOS on here. It's pretty cool. It's a work in progress. If anybody wants to contribute to that, it'd be really neat. There's a lot of features that it's missing, but there's a lot of possibilities there. And that would help all sorts of systems. You know, like the NixBSD project I mentioned before. They're interested as well. You know, NixNG, interested in it, be good. Replace FINIT with SYNIT. This is another init system. I didn't do this, but there was somebody who was interested. You know, I saw we were working on some similar things. I reached out to them. I said, hey, do you want to sort of collaborate? So Phoenix has 2 init systems. It's pretty cool. That one actually has NGI funding. So somebody funded is kind of working on Phoenix. Pretty neat. It's not me though, but yeah, there's a bunch of features to that are pretty cool. It's definitely interesting though. Struggles. So yeah, I have the system. Yeah, seatd versus elognd. I mean, if you're totally in the systemd world, this may not mean much to you. Sorry. Polkit, if you're using PolicyKit and you're not running elognd, which I do not, fprintd is my fingerprint reader. It's a little bit of a challenge to get working, but you can. So there's trade-offs. mdevd versus eudev. UDEV is the dominating factor here in this space, so it's hard to sort of switch off that. Exec ones versus like there's no user level service manager in FINIT, for example, and some more stuff like that. Future, yeah, maybe split some of the modules off into like a main, universe, multiverse, Ubuntu style thing to see how that works. It's an interesting experiment. I want to replace UDEV with MDev, but I'm having trouble. If anybody knows anything about libinput and wants to help me, hit me up on Sunday, and just, I'll continue to run it because I'm having fun. Yeah, so I want to mention again the NixBSD project. I think that's super important because that would be like a gateway drug for FreeBSD, OpenBSD users to come into our community. They think really differently than we do, so it'd be great to have them. Thank you, any questions? And I thought it'd be fun to give a demo, so if I can, I will try really quickly. If I can. Okay. So here's my demo. Thank you. Questions? Do we have one?
Do we have any questions?
One there.
One there.
Building Docker images has shown me how hard it is to keep systemd out of the closure. If you run nix-3, if you have it installed, or nix run nix packages nix3, do you find systemd on your system?
I do, and I'm glad it is. For some purposes, I mentioned FINIT, some of the features it has systemd notification readiness. So when a daemon starts, FINIT will put an environment variable specifying a socket location, and then the application can tell FINIT, I'm ready. FINIT has really cool condition system, as I sort of talked about. Yeah, so that's actually super useful to me to keep that. But yeah, I mean, yeah, sorry. There we go. Yeah, so you see a ready status and a running status on a lot of these. It's great to know something's running, but it's way more useful to know that it's ready. So systemd is there, and I'm happy about that. Yeah, but actually, in a really cool way, the FINIT guy created like an SD daemon compatibility layer. So I've actually recompiled a couple pieces of software without systemd and with his instead, and it, like almost surprisingly worked really well. Yeah.
Okay, any other questions?
Why do you want to replace UDEV?
For fun. Like, it's as simple as for fun. Like, I've gotten rid of elognd and using CT instead. You know, like, I'm almost completely out of systemd components to remove. UDEV is the last one. And yeah, I mean, a couple people chuckled at me because I'm really a huge systemd fanboy. So they're like, what is the side quest? And I'm like, I don't know, it's fun. Yeah.
Okay, we got 30 more seconds. Any quick questions? Otherwise, I'm sure you will stick around a little bit.
Yeah, I'll be around, and I'll actually be around on the hack day again. So yeah, thank you very much for your time and attention.
Cool, very exciting talk. So the next talk is in 10 minutes, and it's about when to not Nix. Hello, NixCon. I'm introducing Ryota, and he's gonna talk about when to not Nix.
Thank you very much. So I'm Ryota, so I'm going to be giving a talk about when not to Nix, working with external config and SOPS Nix. And you can find me on most platforms with RYT SWD, which is my full name without vowel, so hopefully easy enough to remember. And I'm here in NixCon, at NixCon, but talking about not to Nix. Hopefully this is not going to offend too many people. Hopefully this is something that could be useful for some people. So brief agenda first. So I'll start with a quick intro of myself and about this talk, what this talk is about, and what this talk is not about. We'll touch on beauty of Nix first, because I do want to talk about Nix, how it is useful, how it is powerful, before going to when not to Nix. And when not to Nix, there are a few things that I would like to touch on. Before going into SOPS Nix specifically, I want to touch on SOPS because I did find it very confusing. Hopefully I can shed some light there. And wrapping up, I will just have a quick summary at the end. Quick intro of myself. So I'm Ryota. I'm a software engineer of a decade of experience, mainly in finance industry, and have been focusing on Kubernetes cloud native ecosystem mostly. I've been using Nix for 2 years and have 2 kids, and I'm currently doing full-time parenting, so not really working. So open for the next job opportunity. If you have anything, let me know. And about this talk, so it will be about overview of how you can do in Nix way, and also how you don't have to always use Nix. So just a bit of mixed up, and hopefully this is a beginner-friendly overview. And example of how non-Nix config is actually helpful in some scenarios. And we'll go into SOPS Nix, where you could use Nix, obviously, but also there are a few ways that you can interact with SOPS Nix that could be useful to know about, where you might actually have something external to Nix. And this talk is not about exhaustive review of config management in general. That would be too much time consuming. And deep dive into SOPS Nix isn't something I would be the right person to do. So this is probably an overview, hopefully something that's beginner friendly, but also something that you can maybe find something useful there. You can find my talk material in GitHub, RYTSWD, NixCon-2025, and also I will be pulling some of the code config for this exact machine that I have running, which is using the Nix config. So if I can just briefly look at it, this is my conference talk, so you can see all the agenda. If you want to just sneak peek of what I would be talking about, it's all here. And also the configuration of my machine setup is in here, which I will be referencing in my talk as well. So with that, let's get into the beauty of Nix first. So although this talk will focus on the use of non-Nix configuration, we should also highlight how Nix can make things very easy to manage. So unifying with Nix is something that I really appreciate how Nix can do that. So one example that I personally have is I just pulled out some configuration that I found from up the top. It was a Flameshot, just happened to be. Flameshot uses .iniconfig that you can find in their official example in the GitHub repository. And you can just convert it to settings. And then in general, you might want to disable a tray icon, which I do. And also show startup launch message. Maybe you don't need that. So that's something that you can easily do with Nix, and pretty readable, easy to understand, structured, very useful. And another example of that I picked up was GPG agent, where config can be very lengthy. It's indeed, if you look at the reference down in my repository, it's quite lengthy, much more lengthy than what I'm showing here, but you can show the configuration in a way that's easy to parse. Maybe not exactly how the original config would look like, even with the syntax to highlight on. And even going further, declarative and functional configuration is something that I appreciate quite a bit. I have done here configuration for fish shell, and I'll be just looking at it a little bit more closely. But I have essentially the same code for fish, Z-shell, and bash with a slight adjustment. So I'm currently using that as a, I guess, a replacement or the tool for ls to list the files. I used to not like it, so I used to be able to configure so that I can have the flag turned off, so I can see the fish setting with aliases set with ESA. In this fish setup, maybe I can reuse the code with Z-shell separately, and then I would say, okay, with ESA false for Z-shell specific setup. So all these configuration is declarative, has function in there so that you can switch and change as you like for a particular setup, and that's something I appreciate, and I think that's the beauty of Nix. And when not to Nix. So Nix is absolutely flexible and powerful, but also sometimes I feel unnecessary or unfriendly sometimes. So when using expressive configuration like YAML or TOML, I do know that YAML can be really confusing. I do know that those configurations are not very user-friendly all the time, but some configurations that might be easy to read. And for me, this particular one, I chose Sway NC as an example. It's a notification center. And Sway NC, you can configure with JSON config, but also you can style it with CSS. And CSS, I find it really difficult to view it within Nix code. You can do that with string, CSS string right there in the config. But what I found was that maybe I just use SCSS. With the Sway NC specific CSS handling, there is a lot of duplicated CSS selector that you need to specify. Maybe it was easier to just have SCSS so that I can use the SCSS modularization and also variable definitions, and even maybe nesting, so that this is an SCSS code where I define some variables, and then within the CSS actual config, I can say that I would just pull in the variables from SCSS, so that that's how I would like to style my Sway NC in this case. And with that, I found that it was easier to manage rather than going to Nix code and then use the Nix syntax. So I have a separate file, which is in SCSS, that generates CSS later and then just pulls in to configure Sway, or in this case, Sway NC. And also, there is a case that when there is a community solution outside of Nix that you might just want to use it as is, you can obviously convert that, translate it into Nix Way. But also, if you are to convert it, you're sort of losing the ability to keep up with those community updates. So when you have the community solution pulled in directly, you might be able to just follow the community updates without really doing too much. So in this case, I was doing looking at Sway look, another Sway-related example, where I just pulled in some reference and then just used it rather than converting into Nix. So that might be one consideration that you can have. And in this config, this config is not that fancy or like looking really nice, but also it is not something I care too much. I do care about the actual configuration and how my machine works, but the actual details of how I can update the Sway look interface or experience might be something that I can just kind of allow for the community to grow and just kind of pull that into my config. And another one is when just there is no Nix solution available. You can make one, but for instance, this one is Swappy, which is a Wayland snapshot editing tool. And as of writing, as far as I could find, I couldn't see a home manager support for it. I use home manager for most of the things, and what I have been talking about just so far has been Nix config or home manager config. Because this was not supported there is no support for Swappy, I just said, okay, I might not make it too difficult to make the configuration. I just say, okay, here's the dump of the string, which is not really looking nice, but it's simple, short, and understandable for me. And this might not be very nice looking config, but it is one way to work with it. So you can say Swappy config, which is set to default of saving pictures and screenshots. So this is maybe a way to go about it. It might not be all the time, but it's just good to know that you have an option like that. And lastly, when I want to have really fast experimentation and iteration, like when I edit the file, I want to see the action immediately. That's the case where I don't really want to rebuild the Nix setup. So these are specific examples that I have are Emacs. Exactly, this is the Emacs setup that you're seeing right now, and also NeoVim and some editor configuration that I change constantly. I don't want to rebuild and kind of get into the iteration that's slow to iterate. That's a case where it might make sense to move away from Nix, maybe during the iteration. Maybe once it's done, you might be able to come back to Nix way, but this is something that I found more friendly for my liking. And I would like to go into talk about SOPS Nix, but before that, I need to talk about SOPS. So SOPS stands for Secret Operations, kind of strange setup. The acronym doesn't really match up, but anyways, so you can find it at getsops.io. You can find more information in there, but just quick overview of SOPS. SOPS supports JSON, YAML, .env, and binary. And it doesn't, as far as I know, it doesn't support TOML by default, and which I'll be touching on that a little bit later. So SOPS, if you have a data like this, my name, email, some example.com, and you can use the SOPS command for encryption, and the encryption command looks like this: SOPS encrypt, and you provide the raw file, and then maybe you can output to another file. You can also use the same file so that you would have an encrypted version of the exact config. And this config will look like, this is going to be pretty long, so let me just zoom out a little bit so that you can kind of see the structure. So you can see that the name is still there, email is still there, so that YAML configuration would still have the keys, but you don't have the actual details of what the value looks like. This is how SOPS does encryption, and you can see that the SOPS encrypted in a way that can be decrypted only for these recipients with the Agnic keys. That's specifically how I did it. I will be talking about it a little bit more. And there's a little bit more details as to how SOPS does the encryption. And SOPS provides, let me just zoom in once again. SOPS provides a friendly editing experience. So where you have a encrypted file, you can just say SOPS, and then provide the encrypted file, and then you will be directly navigated to your editor so that you can see the encrypted data decrypted first. You will be put to an editor. You can edit however you like, and once you're done with it, you close or you save the file, and then it will be encrypted once again, so that you don't really have to think about SOPS being in place. You can just sort of directly edit the file. And one important bit is that there is .sops.yaml file that defines what kind of keys you want to use for the SOPS. This is specific for how SOPS works, but you can provide multiple keys. Let's say I have a personal key that's different from work key, and if there's anything that I want to share with a colleague, I can just put in another key for the colleague to use, so that whenever I have some key data that I want to share with the work setup, I can just configure it so that I will be encrypting with the recipient set to myself and another colleague or multiple colleagues. And there are a few creation rules and SOPS details that you can find more about in the slide, but also in the official SOPS documentation. So with that SOPS understanding kind of nailed at this point, let's go into SOPS Nix into Nix. So Nix with SOPS is something that I found quite confusing because I didn't quite understand SOPS to begin with. So it's possible that I have some wrong information. I hope not. But if there's something that you found wrong, please let me know. But first of all, SOPS Nix is under github.com mic92 SOPS Nix. So you can find that's the official repository. SOPS Nix basic, I would like to touch on that. So SOPS Nix provides NixOS module as well as home management module, and each stores the secret data into /run secrets or xdg config home, and then there is a directory that will be created, sops-nix/secrets respectively. Using SOPS under the hood, obviously, and SOPS Nix decrypts the SOPS file during activation and puts the actual secret data into that directory location. So if you have a configuration like this, let me just zoom out a little bit, you can have SOPS saying you want to use the default SOPS file, default encrypted SOPS file, and then you would be looking at, this one was particularly YAML, so you can use that YAML syntax, and then you can specify where the secrets will be saved. And that secret will be saved as the name or email in this case. So I have some comment in here that below maps to the value in the example YAML, which we saw it was just email and name. And each entry here will create a file. So it's SOPS Nix. If it was a home manager setup, you would create xdg config home and then SOPS Nix secrets. And inside of the directory, I will be having a name as a file name, which contains my name from the SOPS. And SOPS Nix is pretty flexible with how files are stored. So you saw the direct mapping between name and the actual file name, but you can change it if you wanted to. You can find more information about that in SOPS Nix official documentation. And using secret information from SOPS, you can just use it as is because the file has the data. You can just use it as the key data, or you can just put that into environment variable, for instance, and you can say export some API key, and then you get the config SOPS secrets is something that you can enable from SOPS setup, and then you can get the path to cat out the actual data. So this is a standard way to work with secret data, but there is one more thing that I was hoping to find, and that's something I wanted to highlight because I think it's not always highlighted in when you're using SOPS Nix. So SOPS Nix supports this thing called template. And template is something that you can have a dedicated config, whatever the file format is. So in this case, I have a TOML file, which if you remember, SOPS doesn't support TOML by default, but SOPS template can be anything. And this is a TOML file where if you provide this particular placeholder template string, it will be replaced with the key data, or the actual value of the encrypted data. So if I were to go in to have a look what the use case would be with this stupid example, is that for my name, I can use a placeholder based on name as the secret placeholder SHA-256. So if I do built-in hash string of SHA-256 of name, I get this 828 blah string, which I can just pass in here, which will be replaced during the SOPS Nix activation as a templated string. So similarly, I can do email with the same setup. And with these in place, what I need to do is to make sure that I call SOPS templates and then some config with secret embedded. This is just a random name. And then I get the file of the TOML file, which is the template, where I can pass in, this is the file that will be created. The TOML file, config.toml is going to be something that it gets created. No, the other way around, sorry. The file is the input of the template, and the path is where the file actually gets created, so that you can have xdg config home containing the actual value data within the config of any format. With that quick summary, so Nix has various options, as you probably are familiar with, for managing configuration. And there is no single right answer, and which would make sense is really heavily context dependent. But sometimes external solutions like SOPS Nix may require the configuration to be kept in a separate file, which is okay, which is one way to work with Nix and Nix configuration. And some other thoughts that I want to share is I have all my Emacs and NeoVim configurations saved as separate repositories, which I am considering to revisit. So maybe that's something I need to go about. And if there is anything you found inaccurate or incorrect, please let me know. I tried to do as much research as I could. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ryota. So the next talk will be in 10 minutes, and it's about Nova Customs.
All right, hello, welcome everyone to the last time slot. It's all the lightning talks in a row. We're going to start off right away with Wessel from Nova Custom.
Thank you. Yeah. So yeah, I'm Wessel from Nova Custom, and today I will showcase you our laptops and mini PCs that are equipped with the Shower Coreboot firmware, and we are focused on privacy and customization. So yeah, a little introduction about the company. I personally established the company back in 2015 when I was 15 years old, so it's been a long way to where we are now. So we focus on customization, which means that you can choose what processor you would like to have in your laptop, like Ultra 5 or Ultra 7, also with NVIDIA graphics as an option. But we also do things like custom laser engravings on the laptop. Maybe you guys seen already the NixOS super key we have on the laptop engraved. Yeah, so as said, our laptops are equipped with the Shower Coreboot firmware, which is open source. We have focused on GNU Linux, but we also still support Windows for those who need it. We're privacy and security focused, and we highly value the right to repair. So we have written repair guides as well as video tutorials on how you can replace every part of the laptop. So we have the Nova Custom V54 series, which features an Intel Meteor Lake processor, a 14-inch screen display. You can choose between Full HD and 2.8K screen resolution. It comes by default with Intel Arc graphics, but as I said, you can upgrade it to NVIDIA RTX 4060 or RTX 4070. And it features two M.2 slots. TPM chip. It's 1.6 kilograms. And of course, it's compatible with NixOS. I tested it extensively last week, and yeah, it's been an out-of-the-box experience, so we're very happy with that. This model is starting at 1,420 euros. And we also have a 16-inch model, which is the V56 series. Kind of the same thing regarding the specifications. And the same thing, but then in a mini PC form as well. So yeah, if you haven't done this yet, please visit our stand. We are in the central area, and after this talk, I will showcase you a bit about the repairability of our laptop. So I will disassemble it, and so you can see it from inside. And also, now you're here, you can benefit from the 100 euros discount with coupon code NixCon25. If you want to know more about our company, you can visit our website, novacustom.com. So thank you very much for your attention.
All right, next up we have Aspen from Jane Street. Close enough. Backward. Yeah.
Can it only go forward?
Backward, I think.
I need a down arrow. I'll just use the keyboard. Slides are weird. Cool. I'm going to try to keep the lightning talk. So there's a lot to talk about here, but this is a very whirlwind tour of some very ad hoc infrastructure I built at Jane Street to do distributed Nix builds. Jane Street started adopting Nix last year, early 2024. We're kind of have historically been an RPM shop and wanted to sort of decouple from the versioning strategy of RPMs and decouple from the enterprise Linux release schedule and allow, sort of more flexible package management, per binary package management. So we're not using Nix as a build automation tool, really just as a package manager. So just for system level packages and open source Python packages. We had a problem with this, which is that we want a really strong security model for Nix builds. We care a lot about security. We want package signing. We want limited access to the signing keys. We don't want to give people access to the root signing keys for packages. But we also want to let people build and distribute Nix packages, sort of anybody at the firm. We want them to be able to build something and then have it available everywhere. Now, you can do this on a single machine pretty well. If you sort of expose force command in your SSH daemon and then expose that server as a SSH-ng store, you can sort of allow a user to trigger a remote build on a single machine and then have a post-build hook that uploads that to a binary cache. But we have a bunch of machines, right? We have a lot of computers, and we regularly do full rebootstraps of Nix packages because we're not depending on cache.nixos.org. So we want to be able to distribute builds and sort of load balance builds across our pool of builders. This is kind of like not something that the Nix remote builds infrastructure supports natively. So I built a thing called JS Nix build, and it's a bit of a hack, but it's a fun hack. The JS stands for Jane Street, not JavaScript. We prefix everything with JS because big companies do this. And JS Nix build is kind of the simplest thing that could possibly work. It's just, the general idea is you take all of the builders that you have, a big pool of builders, put them in a circular list and put them in random order. And then recursively for each derivation, you Nix derivation show it. You ask if the store path of the outputs is valid in the cache, in the centralized binary cache. If so, you short circuit. Otherwise, you look at all of its input derivations and recurs on all of them. And then once all of the input derivations are built, you build the derivation you're currently building on the next builder in the list. And then you're maintaining some terminal progress bar thing. So it's like a total hack. You're shelling out to Nix derivation show. You're shelling out to Nix build -- store. You have this list of builders that's statically configured. In order to make this work, of course, we need a central binary cache. We're a big organization. We have our own data centers. This is kind of just a thing that we have. You need a post-build hook that uploads to the binary cache. If any of you have worked with post-build hooks, getting that to work consistently and reliably is a bit of a thing, but we were able to get this working. And it works like really well, actually. I'm surprised at how well this works. It was like a hack that I put together in like a week. So initially this was meant as a proof of concept, right? Like it's like, you know, oh, we need to build stuff with Nix. Let's like build a quick build scheduler. But it's kind of worked unchanged more or less for the last like year. It's like the main thing that we use to build Nix packages. We haven't really needed to make it scale. We started out with 8 builders and we haven't really scaled past 8 builders. We're regularly rebootstrapping Nix packages, but that's like a couple of hours, which isn't that bad. The only significant change we made was to switch from like a random round-robin scheduling to hash-based scheduling, so that if 2 people build exactly the same store path, they don't redo the build, which was a pretty nice change. I can't take credit for it, but it was a pretty good change. And like the point of this talk, right, the sort of the raison d'etre of like why I'm up here telling you about this is both to be like, look at this cool hack that I built, but also to be like, we should probably have something like this for Nix, right? We should probably have distributed builds with good security, please. I would like to build this. I would like somebody to build this. I wish I had time to build this. Distributed Nix builds kind of suck in the sort of the world out there, right? Networks are slow and bad, especially if you're, you know, not near a CDN. Build hardware is like really heterogeneous. Like when I'm running Nix, personally, I have like my desktop that I'm triggering builds on that has a ton of cores, and my laptop that I might want to run builds locally on, but there's more than just the number of CPUs to pick build hardware. And the distributed build scheduler just like is totally not network aware. It's like, it has this wonderful habit of, you know, building some very cheap, you know, uploading a ton of sources to the remote builder, building a very cheap thing, and then spending forever downloading it, which is really annoying, and I really wish the build scheduler knew how to deal with that. And that's it. That's the end of the talk, because it's only 5 minutes, but we should build that. We should make it better.
All right. Next up is Yannick.
That's me.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to talk a bit about sharing your demons with your people. It's not a therapy session. These are our protagonists, Alex and Briggs, for like, well, to relate to something. Both of those are, of course, Nix heads. Alex has a Nix package. It's rather large, rather important, rather hard to reproduce. Don't run this command. And she wants to copy it. She wants to share it with their friend, with this Briggs guy. And she wants this to be as direct as possible because it's big and she doesn't want to copy it unnecessarily. She wants that to be like secure as like necessary. Like she doesn't want to just give it to everyone. And finally, she wants it to be somewhat available. A solution that is easy and doesn't require lots of setup. So the first option would be, well, you trust a USB stick, you copy it to a USB stick, you copy it from the USB stick. You have to use Nix commands for it because there's database stuff involved and you can't just copy files, unfortunately. But it's not direct. It's pretty secure. You have a physical thing and you have to carry that stuff around. But upon trying, they find out that their USB stick is actually already occupied with their NixOS recovery image. So that's a point against the availability. Also, a USB stick, you still have to carry it around, and if Briggs is not in the same room, that might take a while. The other option is, well, just push it into the cloud, right? Copy it via HTTPS, SSH, S3 things, well, into the ether, and copy it back from there. However, this is still indirect. It is reasonably secure if you figure out the access management, and depending on the solution you use there as the backend, that may or may not work. As for availability, you either have to self-host or use external services, pay money for this. Well, last Nix native solution is copying, like using SSH-ng. We've seen it in a previous talk. You directly connect to a daemon on the other remote side via SSH, and you directly pump it into there. This for once, is direct. It is reasonably secure again, like if you figure out the access management. For availability, it's annoying, like the other side needs to have an SSH server running, and I don't know if that's like much of a given. Also, you have to be able to connect to the remote machines, so DNS stuff or AP stuff is involved. Not super nice. But you have access to the full store protocol, and you could even remotely build there, as we have seen. Whether that's like a benefit or not, maybe up to you. So what we are looking for is a direct, secure, and available solution, which ideally we could just pump it into a pipe and get it out of a pipe on the other end, which is why I've wrote like a pretty small thing, N2P, which N2P serve up on the right creates a P2P server and connects to the remote daemon. It gives you an address which you then connect to on the client side, which provides you with a unit socket, to which you then can Nix copy into the unit socket, which does this operation, piping it all the way to the other side. This is direct. It goes peer-to-peer. Like the asterisk there is for, well, whatever hops it has to take through the internet to get to the other peer. It is reasonably secure, as long as you use like ad hoc pipes and like have them short-lived, so like no one else can use them for other stuff. The data is encrypted during transit, and you can do further filtering on the daemon level, like on either side with like a daemon proxy thing. For availability, well, it's a single command setup, like you just run it and it kind of works. Yeah, and then Brix has their package and is happy. Try it out, it's on GitHub, whatever.
Yes. All right. Next up we have Sid. All right.
Thank you. All right, so hi everyone. I have been working on a CI system for a while now, and I think you might really like it, so have a look. Let's say you've decided you want CI for your system, so you have a look at either GitHub Actions or GitLab runners or whatever else you like. And this is more or less your experience, or it was mine at least. Has anyone done this? Has this been your Git history at some point? Yes, exactly, right? So this is now optional. You don't need to do this anymore. In particular, you don't need to be writing YAML anymore. We don't need to be YAML programmers. This is a real command that I really ran on a real work code base. We had 3,000 lines of YAML that we just deleted. Also real. Who here has pipelines that take an hour? Look around, this is not normal, okay? This is optional from now on. And then they fail, okay? So what do we do when they fail? We press retry. All right, so I want to introduce you a radically different way of looking at this. This is what your history could look like. It could be passing from the first commit, and then you can actually get work done, and it doesn't need to take very long. You don't need to configure it. You don't need to be writing any YAML files because it can figure out what to do by itself. That's the wrong button. I have about 100 repositories that now all have passing CI, where previously they had copy-pasted YAML files that were then broken after the first run. Now they all have passing CI. You can just enable this on all your repositories so that even in new repositories from the first commit, you have passing CI. This is what it could look like. I mean, this is what it actually looks like because that's a screenshot. This is an actual suite which didn't even fit onto the entire screenshot because I had a longer screen than wide. But this is a full suite that runs in 3 minutes. It builds entire operating systems, runs them in virtual networks to test them against each other. It could be fast because we have decided to use really big machines for this. There it is. In total, it spent 5 minutes doing things, and it took 3 minutes to do so because there's more than one worker. This is the fun part. Remember pressing retry? We automated pressing retry. And you might think, well, I'm pressing retry, that takes me however long it takes to press a button, right? But no, because actually, when you press retry, that means the CI system waited for you to see that it was broken and then press retry, and then it has to rerun again. And if you do this automatically, like this does it, then it becomes a zero-time event, and this just saves you hours instead of however long it takes you to click something. Here's the second cool part. Any failing build will give you a command that you can paste into your terminal and reproduce the same failing build locally, or succeeding build, whatever. Now you don't have to push a commit to get CI working again. You can get everything working locally, then push and see it passing. And that was the whole presentation, which I have 2 more minutes for. If you have any questions, now would be a good time. Otherwise, come talk to me afterwards. I can demo this on your repository because it is zero config, which means if you haven't configured it, which you probably haven't, I can still run CI for you. So come and talk to me if you'd like me to try that on one of your repositories.
Any questions?
Yeah, 1 minute for a question if you want.
Any questions?
Yes?
Hold on 1 sec.
The question was, how does it know what to run? It uses the flake schema to figure out what is in a flake to then do all of it. There's also continuous deployment, which you have to write a script for, but it's done in a certain way that you can locally reproduce that too. So you can have locally reproducible continuous deployment, which is like... Yeah. Yes?
Can I have self-hosted runners?
Can you have self-hosted runners? Yes. So there is hosted and self-hosted runners for GitLab, GitHub, and you can also host a leader yourself, and for GitLab and GitHub. Yes, I have 1 more minute for another question. Yes. Long story short, you need to talk to me about that, but it's more or less the cheapest thing you'll find. Yes, the question was, what's the price? All right, I have 45 seconds, otherwise I'll... Yes? Yes, indeed, yes. So it is Nix aware, obviously. So everything that's already been cached because it's done doesn't need to be rebuilt. So that's why the second run, when it automatically presses retry, is usually way faster than the first one, indeed. All right, I'm going to leave it there. If you have any other questions, come talk to me afterwards. If you want a demo, come talk to me as well.
All right, next up we have Edgar from PDT Partners.
And the cursor.
Hi. Hello, everyone. My name is Edgar. I want to introduce Nix Ninja to you to bring you incremental builds using dynamic derivations. So first of all, why is it called Ninja? Well, Ninja is an existing build system that Google created over a decade ago to essentially build Chrome really, really fast. In fact, it was so fast that other projects like Meson and CMake targeted the Ninja format, ran Ninja as a sub-process, and then essentially delegated away the incremental building piece. So because it's kind of an abstraction, it kind of became a standard of its own. And other people will start writing drop-in replacements for Ninja with different goals in mind. Google, for example, released CISO recently, which is a drop-in replacement for Ninja, targeting some of its remote build protocols. So Nix Ninja is a drop-in replacement for Ninja, but targeting Nix as the backend for incremental builds. To walk you through the project, I want to quickly show you a Ninja file, and it's pretty simple. They're just rules and builds. So here you have a compiler rule that tells you how to compile. You have you use a compiler rule to compile an object file, a linker rule to link it into a final executable, and that's pretty much it. This is all machine generated by higher level build systems like Meson and CMake. And it kind of looks like a makefile, it's quite readable. But I think its distinguishing factor is that it's quite explicit about what is the input and what is output syntactically, which means that comes in pretty handy when translating to Nix. So when you have multiple inputs to a build step, you get a graph, and Ninja knows how to run this in parallel. It tracks M time on source files to figure out what to rebuild. What Nix Ninja does is it generates a derivation for every build step and adds source files to the Nix store. And Nix already knows how to rebuild what has changed. So then, ta-da, you have incremental builds. Obviously, there's devil in the details, but that's pretty much how it works. But we can also lean on Nix for its caching, scheduling, and remote build protocols. So does it work? So Nix Ninja can incrementally compile CPP Nix today, end-to-end, and the final executable works. But we haven't done any optimizations yet. You can see there's an overhead, but I think it's a good start. So it leverages experimental features, CA derivations for early cutoff. Dynamic derivations basically allows us to avoid IFD. And recursive Nix, I know, is a bit unpopular, but I think there's work in issue 8602 that may make progress in this space. I think the really exciting thing about dynamic derivations is that it does not block the evaluator. It has no IFD. So it means that tools like Nix Ninja has a potential path to be used in Nix packages to compile really massive projects like LLVM and Chromium. Anything that uses Meson or CMake. In fact, I think anything that can output a Ninja file, like maybe Lang to Nix implementations, can also just use the same tool and not directly integrate with dynamic derivations. I think another thing that's really exciting is that I think dynamic derivations finally brings Nix to the same playing field as other cloud distributed build systems like Bazel and Buck2 in the way that Google and Meta uses them. These days we have excellent remote Nix build farms like Nix.net. So I think things are finally coming together where it all works and maybe Nix becomes the one-stop shop. I'm a big fan of reducing complexity, so I very much not like to use Bazel and Nix together just to get incremental builds and just use Nix as the one solution. And I think we are starting to see a possibility to getting there. That's it. I'm around in the workshops tomorrow, so if you want to hack on Nix Ninja or you want to just chat about it, come find me there.
All right, next up we have Lilith.
Hi. I'm still not sure why they let me talk about receipt printing, but here I am. I bought a receipt printer on eBay, and it is the best $50 purchase I have ever made. It's an Epson TM-M32 NT. The NT part is for wireless functions that you need to buy a separate dongle to use. Thank you, Epson. Now, why do I own a receipt printer? My friend bought one, and I am willing to jump off of receipt printer-shaped cliffs. Also, it was only about a week worth of work, so it didn't really cost me all that much. Thankfully, I am not the crazy one. My friend owns 3. Still not quite sure why. I did have some initial difficulties after I first got it. The blade did not decide to cut. And I figured out it wasn't because it was dull or anything, but because it wasn't moving the blade enough, and it would just make a horrible noise as the motor spun. 4 hours later, at 1 a.m., I finally discovered that I could take it apart, unscrew it, and move the motor into place, and it would finally work. But what about drivers? Epson's cool. They actually have Linux drivers. Not for Nix, obviously, but if we just do some horde shell commands, we can extract the Debian drivers, take out the data we need, grab the filter, put it into place, and then let autopatch health hook do the rest. But how do I print with it? I actually use Python ESCPOS, which just issues raw printer commands to the receipt printer. It will tell it, print this line, print that line, or even do things like kick the cache register if I had a cache register. But how do I print with it nicely? Because it's a little bit of a pain to memorize all of the ESC commands you need in order to actually print with it. I made a nice wrapper library, and I've got a repository full of all of my shenanigans and the small wrapper library for that, if for some reason you are interested in how I print receipts. But what if it really is quite easy? But what if you don't like Python? Well, this is a plain CUPS driver, so you can send PDFs to your receipt printer. If you wanted to print your PDFs on a nice thin sheet of paper that is, linear. Also, if you like other languages like Rust, you can use any other ESCPOS implementation. Python ESCPOS was the best one that I've found so far, but I'm sure others exist. They have to. Not only fun, but I do actually use some practical list out of it. I make a to-do list each day. This will actually fetch from my CalDAV server, and it will grab all of my tasks as well as any events I have scheduled. I didn't have time to set up the receipt printer to print a new one, so you get the one I printed for Scale instead. I'm wearing the Scale shirt, so I'm honestly a NixCon fraud. Hey everyone, I'm going to the Nix store. Do you want anything? Trick question, you're getting my laptop closure. Here's where I'd pull out my receipt printer to actually print something, but I don't think AV Tech will let me. But I have been Lilith. You can find me all the other places. If you're researching operating systems or programming languages, please reach out. I want to know. And if you want a receipt, find me later, because I will set up the receipt printer, and I'm sure I will have plenty of time to sit there printing off fun things for people. Questions? Any questions? Repeat them. Surprisingly, can it print Unicode characters? Surprisingly, a decent number of them. With PDFs, of course it can, because it's just rasterizing it, but there are more characters than I would expect in the built-in font. Which, fun fact, that has two built-in fonts, one large, one small. I brought one roll as well as a bit of one roll, but it prints way more than you would ever expect, considering the fact that I brought a tiny, mostly used roll, and that hasn't run out yet, and I've printed dozens of receipts so far. Fun fact, each receipt roll is massive and costs $1 each, so the price to fun ratio is exceptionally good. I think that's it. Thank you.
All right, next up we have Samuel from ExpressVPN.
Thank you. Hello everyone. I'm Samuel from ExpressVPN in the Trusted Server team, and I'm here to talk to you about why we are here. Actually, over the couple of days, the last day and today, a lot of people actually come up to our booth and ask, why are you guys here? Are you guys about to pull a marketing stunt or something? And our answer is no. It's actually because we have a lot to do with Nix at our core principles, and actually we have been using it internally also. And this is why we come here this is the first step at world domination, basically. So I want to paint you an image of challenge first. Imagine, no need to imagine actually. We are a VPN, almost the largest VPN provider, and we are serving multiple thousands of servers and multiple people across the world during over 105 countries. So we do weekly deployments on our servers, and we have to support multiple configurations. So one of our most primary VPN protocol is Lightweight, but we offer way beyond that also. We also provide recently added WireGuard and IPsec and OpenVPN also. So we have to support a lot of services on the dot. So Trusted Server is our current solution of deploying these many servers in an ephemeral and deterministic way. The idea has worked and served us for many years, but to be honest, we will be fine if we didn't change it. But innovation is a core part of ExpressVPN. And we always look to how to make things better. Here, I think Nix is a really big game changer because the actual execution is much better than Debian Live, which we are based on. A Nix OS-based trusted server will be immutable and reproducible in a way that is consistent with Nix OS modules. And by written everything in Nix, we will have provable security. And we also comes with trivial audits and reproducible framework by default, which is a really great thing of Nix OS, which provides. And we also hope to, breaking news, we just actually merged Nix Lightweight into Nix Packages Master just by today morning, thanks to Flaky and others, really passionate Nix OS committers. But everyone can try it out by Nix build Nix Packages Lightweight, but a small reminder to add master so you can actually try out the thing. So our next step is to add a Nix OS modules and configurations on top of the already established lightweight package as to really make it something that when you do service ExpressVPN enable equals true, then it actually runs with nothing. So, yep, that's something we in ExpressVPN want, and I guess that's it.
Sorry, didn't refresh.
Yeah, it's okay.
Do you want some questions?
Yep.
All right. Time for some questions, if there are any.
Maybe I can talk a bit more about the slides. So trusted server is actually in RAM memory only OS. So imagine if law enforcement sees the server and actually pull the server away, then by unplugging, you lose everything on the RAM. So that's secure by design. And we built it on Debian, which honestly has a lot of hacks. And because Debian is not meant to be really immutable and reproducible, so that's why we want to backfill everything to NixOS as a community effort and to really contribute to the community also. So, yeah, thank you all.
Does it work? Maybe leave this for now. All right, next we have Andrea.
Okay, hi all, my name is Andrea, and I want to talk about Agnic Shell. Agnic Shell started at NixCon 2023 during the Sunday Hackathon, and basically it's a sort of counterpart to Agnic, where Agnic just decrypts secrets. Agnic Shell also gives you script that exports those variables as those secrets as environment variables. It can be used both standalone or as a flake parts module. Despite being a stupidly simple idea, I found it very useful in many projects I worked on. So how does it work? It generates this shell script that decrypts the secrets and exports two variables. One variable contains just the secret, while the other one contains the path to the secret. Where are those secrets stored? It depends. On Linux, they are stored in XTG runtime dir, which by default is TMPFS. Instead, on Darwin, we mount a dedicated HFS partition, which is similar to TMPFS, always on memory. Now it's demo time. Here, this is an example project. Now I'm opening the flake.nix file. This is where I declared the secret. This is where I source into the flakes shell. Now, this is the usual secret of the Nix file used by Agnic's CLI normally. Don't worry, the API token is fake. This is, as you can see, I already have an encrypted AGA file in the project. Now I'm using the Agnic CLI to edit the secret. It's possible to edit it. And yeah, I didn't edit it, though. And now I'm opening the shell. And as you see, I have two variables exported. One variable contains the secret, while the other one contains the path to the secret. So actually, we found out that it can be used not only for shells, but for instance, the Nix Milano users group, it has this infrastructure repository with a CI/CD pipeline where we run Terraform, and we used it to provide all the API tokens used by Terraform. I found it convenient because it means that people in the organization can also manage the secrets without giving them access to the GitHub organization. And it also means that at the GitHub level, there is only one secret, which can be nice. Now let's speak about the challenges, the problems. Storing encrypted secrets, maybe it's not always a good idea. I think it depends. Sometimes can be a good trade-off, in my opinion. Then, yes, at the moment, it only supports Agnic. And for instance, supporting also something like SOPS Nix will be interesting. And in general, supporting multiple backends could be interesting. And what about the future? Yeah, there is vars from Clan, which is interesting because I think, never used it, that it also allows you to generate secrets and have secrets that depend on other secrets, which can be interesting. Something similar is being worked in Nix packages. There is an open pull request. And yeah, in general, supporting multiple backends, as I said before, will be nice. And speaking of this, there is another interesting project by Kashik. It's called Secret Spec, and it's worth, in my opinion, it's worth investigating if we can reuse it, because among other things, it also acts as a sort of agnostic layer in front of different providers like HashiCorp's Vault and AWS, etc. And that's it. Thank you. My name is Andrea Ciceri. You can build this presentation reproducibly if you want. And feel free to reach me after the talk because my time is over at this point. And if you want to act together on Agnic Shell tomorrow during the hackathon, you're welcome. Come find me. Thank you again. Bye.
All right. Next up, we have Florian from Cyberus Technology.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Sylvan. Hi, I'm Florian, and I brought a question. So who here has ever had to maintain an embedded system for 5 years or more? I want to see some hands. Come on. Okay, there's a hand. Wow. Maybe someone has had to do it for 10 years as well. Okay, nobody. That's going to be tough. Okay, so there's industries out there where people build embedded systems that need to be certified, like medical industry, transportation is one. And those systems, they live pretty long. And you know, those poor people have to build those systems on Windows, God knows why anyone would do that, or on traditional Linux distributions. And I think it would be really cool if they could do that with Nix or NixOS. But NixOS is missing long-term support. And so that's why we are building ControlOS, which is a downstream NixOS distribution with 5 years long-term support. And we're also looking to integrate features so people have it easier to be ready for the Cyber Resilience Act, which is really important regulation in the European Union right now. We are on NixOS 24.05 right now. We have an open beta. You can just scan the QR code and join it. If you are still on NixOS 24.05, you just change your channel or your flag input, and then you get updates again, at least for the release small subset. And if you need anything else, we have a booth just right outside this room. and you can come and talk to us and we can figure out how we can support you. We are also planning a release for 26.05 next year once it's out. And yeah, that's will also have 5 years of support. Yeah, at Cyberus we do love open source, so we are big contributors to Cloud Hypervisor. That's an open source hypervisor built in Rust. It's basically a QEMU replacement, but secure. It has all the nice modern virtualization features, and we're currently getting approval from the German BSI to use it for government use cases. And we're building all of that open source in the Cloud Hypervisor upstream repo. We also built in the past a KVM backend for VirtualBox. So VirtualBox usually comes with its own kernel module, which is not so nice. And if you want to use KVM and you happen to be using NixOS, then that's a one-line change to your configuration, and you get really nice things like graphics virtualization, or you can use VirtualBox and QEMU and Cloud Hypervisor all in parallel. And again, this you can find on our GitHub. It's open source. Yeah, so we're here, we're right outside, we have a booth there, we have an arcade machine with Blobby Volley, so if you're interested in playing around, come over. We're also hiring, so if you happen to be looking for a job, then again, come to our booth. Yeah, and we're looking forward to some really nice conversations. And I was way faster than when I was training, so. Yeah, does anyone have a question? Okay. Anyone have a good joke? All right.
Okay. All right. Next up, we have Ross.
Hello. Oh, thank you. Hi, I'm Ross. I'm from Phlox, and today I'd like to tell you a bit about Nix in the wild. Is anyone familiar with Nix in the wild? Show of hands, who's seen this before? Okay, a few of us. Good, so I'm maybe teaching you about it for the first time. Nix in the wild is a very simple program. We find companies who have adopted Nix and we ask them basic questions. We ask them, who are you? What do you do? How did you first come across Nix? How was the journey? Why were you interested in this? What did your adoption motion look like? How did it help you better serve your needs? What were your hurdles? What does Nix have yet to satisfy for your team? Like, what doesn't it do? What would you say to somebody thinking about Nix? And what are your hopes and dreams with Nix? We ask all of these questions, very basic questions, nothing too deep technically, all about motivations and experiences, and we take the results and we write articles about them that you can find on nixinthewild.com. You can use them to convince your boss and to convince other people of the values and virtues of Nix, and they end up here. I want to dig into a couple of these stories and share some quotes. So if we come across your story, raise your hand if it happens to be yours. The first one I want to talk about is Sys11. So Sys11 had a wonderful story that we just published a few weeks ago. It is your story. Raise a hand back there, yeah. And a quote I want to pull from it is, Nix didn't just solve the most persistent build and deployment problems that affect Kubernetes today. It gave Sys11 a way to manage their Kubernetes infrastructure as a declarative system with every input and dependency explicitly declared and versioned. And I love this because who thinks that Kubernetes is a bit of a loose meat sandwich? Little loose sandwich? Yeah, I think so too. So this makes Kubernetes a little bit tighter. Bellroy, is Bellroy in the room? I just bought one of their bags and wallets. I like to support Nix users. Eventually, we needed it for things we couldn't do otherwise. So how do you describe that? Maybe like this. Nix isn't a tick all the boxes type thing. It just makes the seemingly impossible possible. Fantastic experience here. Really good story. The Flying Circus also was one of the folks we highlighted. They were a shop that was using Puppet and Gentoo to solve a problem, and they wanted to find one thing that could do what Puppet and Gentoo do. And their quote is, normally 1 + 1 = 2, but our design tenet is that 1 + 1 = 3. If you have two separate systems instead of one, both systems require work, and maintaining their integration becomes a third piece of work you have to spend time on. So they collapsed all of it into NixOS, and their result is the promise of NixOS was big enough to convince us to go down a greenfield route, and they use it to support custom applications for people. It's a good story. Give it a read. And finally, Project IDX is a cloud IDE hosted by Google, and their quote is, but we quickly started enjoying it for its speed. Packages compose much better than image layers, and initializing an environment is orders of magnitude faster. So a big performance boost here. To wrap up, I want to talk about what we've learned from these stories. And so I've coalesced a couple of lessons out of this. The first lesson is, for most of the people we've spoken to, Nix was not their first choice. They looked at Nix and they went, whoa, okay, that's a lot. Can I do this any other way? And realized they couldn't, and then went, okay, let's go look at this and really take it seriously. And then they were successful. But that's a pattern that we see. Another pattern that we saw is that orgs tend to have a Nix nucleus. There's a few people in the organization that understand Nix, and they're trying to serve everybody else in the organization, and they are constantly trying to figure out, how do I grow this nucleus of people so that it's not just me? We hear that a lot. Mono repos, love Nix. If you have a mono repo, I'm not exactly sure why. I can speculate, but they tend to work really well together. People who choose mono repos tend to succeed with Nix more often than others. Nix tends to start small and expand, kind of similar to point number 2. Nix loves a complex build. So a lot of people talk about how complex the build is. It's not a standard build, it's something that's a little bit special. And finally, people like to wrap Nix. People like to take Nix and wrap it in like shell scripts so they can give it to other people and deliver their things to other people. So we've been doing this for a couple of years, and these are 6 things that we noticed. I want to talk a little bit about the process. It's a very simple process. You click the link on nixinthewild.com that says, I'm interested. We will book some time with you over email. We will talk with you for 45 to 60 minutes. We'll record the conversation. We'll go and write the article, and then we'll work with you on edits until we all like it. And it's ready to go out the door, and then we'll publish it on nixinthewild.com. Very straightforward, but we're trying to capture a collection of success stories from people who have been successful deploying Nix. And thanks very much. If you want to be part of Nix in the Wild, if you have a story to tell, if you want to teach the world what you have learned, nixinthewild.com. Thank you.
All right, next up we have Brian from Numtide.
Clan.
Oh, you don't have slides.
Yeah. Hi, my name's, sorry, yeah. I'm kind of both, so I've been doing the dance between one booth and the other for the last 2 days, so. Hi, my name's Brian. You might know me from some projects like NixOS Factor or 3FMT. I've been working for the last 1.5 years maybe with Clan, and I'm here today to talk about what Clan is. If you've heard this before from the booth, I'm sorry, I haven't prepared anything, so I'm just going to give the same spiel. What is Clan? Clan, I think, best way of describing it is it's the answer to the same question we've all had when you first start adopting NixOS. You convert a machine, and then you want to convert a second machine, and you ask somebody, how do I manage multiple machine configs in Nix? And you start getting 25 different answers. Clan is an attempt to try and create a batteries included experience, letting you know how you should do it, rather than how you could do it. And as part of that, we've been attacking the problem on several different layers over the last few years. We've done things like NixOS Factor, which tries to get a hardware report for a machine and make it easy to introspect that in Nix. We've got projects like Disco, which is trying to do declarative disk configuration. You have, recently we did VARs, which is declarative secret management across multiple machines within a clan. And we've got other efforts going on, like a unified backup system, unified networking layer that provides a consistent way of referring to machines across multiple VPN providers. And all of this is just an attempt to try and unify the experience. Recently, we've also demoed the user interface to try and make it easy to see what's going on across your entire clan. And all of these efforts is in one direction to try and make it easier to have clusters of NixOS machines and manage them in a declarative fashion, the same way you would a single NixOS machine. It's all open source, it's MIT licensed. Some of the things we're going to eventually try and upstream into core. I think there's an open PR for VARs, NixOS Factor, we're going to try and get that in soon. And yeah, that's kind of it. Any questions? No? Cool.
Thank you. Next up, we have David.
can I just space on the keyboard? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Okay.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Hey, we're back again. Have you guys had a nice day? Yay, yay, yay. Yeah, we're at the end of today, and we've decided that we should use the opportunity of having the Aula today and to maybe have a little closing. I mean, it's not really the closing because it's going to go on tomorrow, but since we don't have the Aula tomorrow, and since everyone's nicely gathered today, we thought that we'd have a little closing ceremony today. Yeah, we just finished the slides like 10 seconds ago, if you saw, and so, so we're ready to start. So yeah, closing, like a pre-closing. We had a really great schedule, right? I mean, that was really good. Thank you for everyone who suggested a talk, spoke, also helped out, all that stuff. That was really great. I'd like to now give a little mic to Alex, who's going to talk about the bees.
Okay.
No, I can do it.
I always wanted to do this. Bees! What an amazing day it was. We had like 50 players. I didn't count exactly, but like a ton of bee passes. And George, I have to hand it to you. You had the winning strategy. Congrats. There's just 2 more fun facts, I guess. So yes, George had the winning strategy, which makes sense because, you know, trading. It was a trading game after all. But there was also a CTF who had the, let's say, who could have had a winning strategy, but was kind enough not to own us completely. And he's actually, I'm not sure on which rank. And we also had a dummy player. That's the rank 2 player, Regitev Sunil. That's not a real name, that's just Linus's name spelled backwards. We added a dummy player just to keep George on his toes. We added that feature just for you. Because it caused confusion and then you didn't know who to trade with. And last but not least, everyone who participated, but also anyone who wants, gets a bee at reception. There's like 400 mini bees that anyone can have. So, bees!
Cool. I'd like to ask Roger to say something. Oh, Roger. So sorry, John. I'm sorry. Okay. John.
I wasn't aware I had changed my name.
Totally. Sorry.
So we have some more food coming up today as well. And your job for the evening is to grab some of that food, grab a blanket from the registration. We have a few blankets there, and head to the lake side and also bring some Nixers there to enjoy your food. You can also sit at the tables. We have plates. We have disposable plates. There should be enough food for everybody. Please don't leave and help us eat. It's a barbecue.
Yeah, that's me. Cool. Now, in case you are leaving today, but it really doesn't matter, even if you're leaving tomorrow, yeah, please make sure to help us with some of the things. First thing, yeah, please make sure that you have all your stuff with you. Yeah? It is not uncommon for people to leave their suitcases at the Ost after the thing has gotten over. So yeah, it is very exciting, but yeah, please keep it. At 2024, we had a guy who said, oh, I've just arrived in Paris, and it seems I may have left my suitcase at the workshop room. And I was like, this is crazy. And I went there, and yeah, it was there. So yeah, please make sure that you have everything you need. Also, please help us give back the campus the way we got it. Yeah, so school starts again, not school, but you know, this campus starts again on Monday, and it'd be nice if we gave it back in the same way. So that means, yeah, go around the rooms that we use and dispose of recycled trash. If you see something lying around, just take it up, put it away. Help us with the common areas, the benches, the coffee areas, just to clean them up a little. I think this will happen mostly tomorrow afternoon. So yeah, so this is okay. But today it'd be nice to keep stuff okay. Yeah, Sylvan?
We have at the registration desk a lost and found. So if you found something or lost something, go to the registration desk.
Cool. So would you like to thank the sponsors? We'd like to thank the sponsors, obviously.
Yeah. So thanks a lot to all the sponsors. Again, it took me like an hour now. Yeah, actually, honestly, an hour to make this slide in morning at like 2 a.m. But I think it's worth it. I think our sponsors have helped out a ton to make this conference as good as it is. So thanks a lot to everybody who contributed. And One more thing, we actually also can't forget all from the ticket sales. Like, you all helped contribute to this as well. Any remaining funds will go to the foundation, which will be able to use these for contributions and much more. So thanks to you all as well. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Cool. We'd also like to thank all the organizers and everyone who's helped us. Any of the organizers who are here, please come on stage again. Yeah. John, Alex, Silvan, Laszlos, Andreas, Raphael. There's, of course, people at the AV team who are at the back. Please turn around and clap for them as well. Cool. Little announcement. There will be a group photo in front of the lake at 6:10. Yeah, if you would rather not, of course, that's understandable. But yeah, please be there. It'd be great if you did. And if you have a good camera, please come. With the camera. Yeah. Cool. Have I missed anything? No. Check the slides, yes, of course. Yeah, see you next year at NixCon. I mean, I don't know where it's going to be, but yeah, here's a link. And in case you like Haskell and you like, I don't know, Rapperswil and the Ost, yeah, please come next year at Zurich. We have the date there already, so that's the first weekend of June. And yeah, we'll see each other. Oh yeah, any questions? Of course, we haven't finished yet. Any questions for today, for tomorrow? Two people raised their hands, but no? Okay. Okay. Cool. In that case, let's get headed to the garden for the group picture. And thank you very much for being here. Yeah,
thank you, Farhad.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks.